Chapter 1209. In the five-dimensional universe. In a large hall, more than 1,000 people gathered to discuss. These people were all array masters and spiritual array masters. They were all array masters from the entire five-dimensional universe. Among them, array masters from various eras were gathered here. Everyone only had one goal, and that was to research a super array, the five-dimensional great array. Yi Xian was among them. Because he was the array I, he was the core of the great array. Therefore, many problems were related to him. Therefore, he would take time out every day to discuss with everyone. In the hall, everyone was surrounding an old man. This old man's name was Li Zhentian. Li Zhentian was an array master sent by the sixth dimensions when Zhaoa. In terms of array Dao, he could be said to be the highest. Now when it came to array Dao, he was the boss. At this moment, Li Zhentian suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, can we talk alone?" Yi Xian smiled. Of course. Li Zhentian and Yi Xian came outside the hall. Li Zhentian's face was a little solemn. "Young Master Yi, do you really want to use yourself as the array I?" Yi Xian looked at Li Zhentian. "Old Li, is there a problem?" Li Zhentian nodded. "To be honest, I already have the great array in mind. It can be said that once this array is completed, it will definitely be the strongest in the fifth dimension and the sixth dimension. This is because we have gathered all the power of the fifth dimension to build this array. However, there is a big problem. This array is extremely powerful, so powerful that I can't even imagine it." As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid you can't withstand the power of the great array." Yi Xian asked, "Can I not be the array I?" Li Zhentian nodded. "Yes, but the power will be a lot less. In the past generations of array formations, using the heaven and earth as the array I and humans as the array I is the strongest. Because that way, the array will be alive." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I think I can handle it." Li Zhentian looked at Yi Xian. Once the formation is activated, not only does it require a strong body, but it also requires a strong soul to support it. "Young Master Yi, I can tell you very seriously that it is not a joke. If you are not careful, young Master Yi, your soul will be destroyed." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before pulling Li Zhentian to the side and taking out a sword. Seeing this sword, Li Zhentian was stunned, and then he said in shock, "This sword aura contains the great Tao of heaven and earth. Could it be related to the fifth dimension Tendo?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Li Zhentian was shocked. "He gave the sword to you?" Yi Xian nodded. "With this sword in hand, the world is mine." Li Zhentian smiled and said, "Old man understands." With that he turned around and left. Tendo sword. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Xian could borrow the power of heaven and earth to help when necessary. The power of heaven and earth was something that only the heavenly Tao could achieve. Simply put, Yi Xian having this sword was equivalent to using heaven and earth as the core of the array. In this case, coupled with Yi Xian's own body, he could completely withstand the power of the array. In the field, Yi Xian looked at the Tendo sword in his hand and remained silent. This was given to him by the Tendo sword, but he rarely used it. Tendo sword. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky and said softly, "I wonder where that woman went to harm people again." He was a little in awe of the fifth dimension Tendo. He respected her because she had helped him too much. He feared that this woman was too terrifying. If she became his enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. But fortunately, this woman was on his side. At this time, Guanyin appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "The sixth dimension has sent an expert who specializes in body cultivation." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Quickly take me to see him." Guanyin nodded her head. Not long after, Guanyin brought Yi Xian to a large hall. Inside the hall stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was tall and sturdy. His arms were like pillars. At a glance, one could tell that he was filled with explosive power. The middle-aged man cupped his fist towards Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior can call me Yi Xian." The two words young master Yi don't sound good. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "All right." With that, he walked in front of Yi Xian and punched Yi Xian's chest. Bang! Yi Xian retreated several zhang, but nothing happened to him. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian's body and clicked his tongue in wonder. Young Master Ye's body is really strong. Even in the 6th dimension, your body is at the top. Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, is there any way to improve my body? The middle-aged man walked in front of Yi Xian, sized up Yi Xian, and then said in a deep voice, Young Master Ye's body can be said to have reached a perfect state. However, I still have a small suggestion that might be helpful to young Master Yi. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Please speak frankly, Senior. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, External objects. Yi Xian frowned. External objects? What do you mean? The middle-aged man said seriously, Young Master Yi, your body has almost reached its peak. If you want to break through again, forgive me for being blunt, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. In this case, we can only seek external objects to forge a perfect armor that suits your body. Armor? Yi Xian blinked, and then took out the Human King shield. What do you think of this? The middle-aged man sized up the Human King shield and shook his head. Although this item is of the highest quality, it's not enough. It's not worthy of young Master Ye's body. I suggest that we gather all the blacksmiths in the 5th and 6th dimension, and gather all the power in the 5th dimension, to forge a unique super armor. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin nodded. It's feasible. This is the blacksmith. Yi Xian said with a smile. I know someone. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I'll go invite him now. After saying that, he turned and ran. Not long later, Yi Xian found the mutated beast scripture. It was worth mentioning that the mutated beast scripture had also reached the origin returning realm breaker realm. This was because she was also a target for nurturing. Yi Xian directly entered the mutated beast scripture's world. Soon, he found the old blacksmith, who had forged the turbid dragon armor for him. The old blacksmith glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Kid, you've improved very quickly. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, how have you been? The old blacksmith said calmly. Let's get down to business. You definitely didn't come to me to ask how I'm doing. Yi Xian, the old blacksmith suddenly said. What treasure do you want to forge? Yi Xian said seriously. Yes. Junior wants to forge the best armor since ancient times. After thinking about it, Junior feels that only Senior has this ability. The old blacksmith said solemnly. Kid forged the best armor since ancient times? Yi Xian nodded. Can I? The old blacksmith said proudly. As long as you have the materials, I can forge anything for you. Yi Xian said solemnly. What materials do you want, Senior? The old blacksmith smiled. Can you find any materials I want? Yi Xian nodded. I'll do my best. The old blacksmith suddenly said. Give me your humanoid king shield. Yi Xian didn't hesitate, and directly passed the humanoid king shield to the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith sized up the shield in his hand and said, This item can't keep up with you anymore. I want to forge it again. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Forge it again? The old blacksmith nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. I need a lot of precious materials. How abnormal this item will be in the future will depend on how many materials you can provide. Yi Xian smiled. I'll do my best. The old blacksmith turned and walked into the straw hut. After a while, he came out again and handed a piece of paper to Yi Xian. Everything I want is on it. Yi Xian glanced at the paper. There were hundreds of materials on it. He had heard of some of them, seen some of them, but most of them he had never heard of. Yi Xian put away the paper and said, Senior, I'll ask someone to look for them. Do you want to return to Shaman City with me? I'll ask someone to help you. The old blacksmith said flatly. Are you looking down on me? Yi Xian quickly said. No, I just want to find someone to help you. The old blacksmith said. You just need to look for the materials. I don't need anyone's help. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, All right. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. He could only choose to trust the old man with iron sword. As he watched Yi Xian leave, the old blacksmith said softly, This little guy is going further and further away. After Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, he found Guanyin and handed the paper to Guanyin. Guanyin glanced at it and soon she frowned. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Guanyin said in a low voice, "I've never heard of many of the materials on it." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "The person you're looking for is either a deity or a liar." Yi Xian smiled. "He should be a deity." Guanyin nodded. "I'll ask someone to look for him. If there's no one in the five-dimensional universe," Yi Xian said, "contact Senior Li Chenfeng. He will help us." Guanyin suddenly said, "They're helping you not only because of the plain-dressed woman, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "I promised them that if there's a Tao scripture in the study room, I'll lend it to them." Tao scripture? Guanyin narrowed her eyes. "Are you serious? Tao scripture?" She naturally knew about it, because Yi Xian had already told her about the Tao world. Yi Xian smiled. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Guanyin was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Guan, if you're interested, I can lend it to you in the future. Of course, the premise is that there's one inside." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. "I'm serious." As he finished speaking, he turned and left. In the room, Guanyin was silent. She knew that Yi Xian was not joking. Although this man was usually joking, he was more serious than anyone else when he was serious. What was worth mentioning was that he really didn't say anything to his own people. As if she thought of something, Guanyin shook her head and smiled bitterly. The spirit tribe wanted the study room so badly. Why did they have to snatch it? Since Yi Xian was so easy to talk to, wouldn't they have everything if they became friends with him? Why go to all this trouble? After a while, Guanyin turned and left. After leaving the room, there was a smile on her face. In the clouds above the Wu clan, a woman in a monk's robe looked down quietly. She had been here for many days. She did not make a move, because she found that there were a lot of people down there. P.S. It's useless to eat pepper if you have a toothache. Eat chili peppers. Fight poison with poison. There's only spiciness, no pain. Chapter 12:10. Within the room, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Sword cognition. During this period of time, he suddenly discovered something. His sword cognition seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. What was the reason? Yi Xian pondered. The change in his sword cognition was definitely related to himself. Sword Dao faith. What was his sword Dao faith in the past? To protect his little sister, to protect his friends. What about now? Now there was a fifth dimension. Thinking of this, Yi Xian frowned. Could it be because of this? Did his sword Dao faith change because of his thoughts? Yi Xian got up and walked to the door. He looked into the distance. In the distant hall, thousands of array masters were studying the new formation. Other than these array masters, there were also countless blacksmiths and alchemists working frantically. Everyone only had one goal, to resist the fifth dimension calamity. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt the burden on his body become heavier, because everyone in the fifth dimension was following him. In the past, he was only protecting one person, but now, he was protecting an entire universe. Thinking of this, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled. Executing Heaven Sword. Yi Xian looked at the Executing Heaven Sword in his hand. The Executing Heaven Sword trembled, as if it was expressing something. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I also don't know why I suddenly became so great." Saying this, he turned and left. Now his next goal was the origin returning realm piercing realm. Only when he reached the origin returning realm piercing realm would he have 100% confidence in killing self-release realm experts. He knew that before long, countless self-release realm experts would come looking for him. He, Yi Xian, had never lacked enemies. And some of his enemies had appeared out of nowhere, even to him. However, his mentality had already changed. For words, do it and be done. I, Yi Xian, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Sixth dimension. It had to be said that during this period of time, the sixth dimension had helped the fifth dimension greatly. Although the sixth dimension did not explicitly announce its cooperation with the fifth dimension, if the fifth dimension wanted people, it would give them people. Of course, when Zhaorua did this not only because she wanted to befriend Yi Xian, but also because of Yi Xian's promise. If it was someone else who promised to share the Tao scriptures, she wouldn't believe it. But Yi Xian, she believed it. According to her investigation, Yi Xian was very principled. In the pavilion, Wenjaro once again found the sixth dimension Tendo. Wenjaro said softly, "The fifth dimension is developing very quickly." The sixth dimension Tendo smiled and asked, "Are you afraid that they will surpass us?" Wenjaro nodded. The development of the fifth dimension was too fast. She hadn't expected this at all. Of course, she didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to unite the fifth dimension and spirit realm to such an extent. This fellow was too good at bluffing. Most importantly, the current development of the fifth dimension could only be described as terrifying. If this continued, surpassing the sixth dimension might not be a difficult matter. The sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "Their enemy is the fifth dimension tribulation." When Jarua asked, "What about after the fifth dimension tribulation?" The sixth dimension Tendo smiled and said, "Are you worried that their target is the sixth dimension?" When Jarua nodded, the sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. No, if he had chosen to come to the sixth dimension, he could have done so a long time ago. But he didn't do so. It's obvious that he wants to change the fifth dimension. When Jarua shook her head, now that there is a crisis, everyone is united with him. But once the crisis is resolved, there will definitely be all kinds of problems and contradictions among them. The sixth dimension Tendo said softly, "That will depend on whether Yi Xian has the means to do so or not." When Jarua was silent, the sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "Is there any news from the Tao world?" When Jarua said, "It's said that the patriarch of the demonic path family has disappeared." The sixth dimension Tendo said softly, "He's definitely dead." As she said this, she glanced at the starry sky. The tragic Tao world. She had seen that woman before, so she knew how powerful that woman was. Looking for that woman, wasn't that courting death? Tao world. On this day, countless experts gathered at the Emperor clan, because in the Tao world, everyone believed that the Emperor clan's Di Lin Yuan had obtained the Tao scripture. Around the Emperor clan, dozens of powerful auras were hidden. None of these auras were lower than the self-release realm. Clearly, everyone had discussed this beforehand. In the sky above the Emperor clan stood an old man. This person was the God Palace's Pope, one of the strongest experts of the Tao world. In fact, he hadn't appeared in the world for thousands of years. But this time he had appeared, because the Tao scripture had appeared. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly walked in front of the Pope. He looked at him with a complicated expression. "Your Holiness." The Pope was expressionless. "Do you know why I've come?" The white-haired old man said in a low voice. "Your Holiness, we also don't know the whereabouts of the Patriarch." The Pope looked at the white-haired old man. The temperature suddenly dropped. The white-haired old man's expression didn't change. "We really can't find the Patriarch." As he spoke, he looked at the Pope. "Your Holiness, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if the Patriarch has really obtained the Tao scripture, then it's very likely that he won't return to the Emperor clan, because he knows what he'll face if he does. Of course, I think there's another possibility, and that is that he found the plain-dressed woman, but he lost." The Pope fell silent, because he'd thought of these two possibilities before coming here. After all, the plain-dressed woman had annihilated a sixth-dimensional self-release realm expert of the Demon Path clan. With such strength, it wasn't impossible for Di Lin Yuan to die at her hands. Even if Di Lin Yuan had obtained the Tao scripture, it was very likely that he wouldn't return. The Emperor clan was truly insignificant before the Tao scripture. The white-haired old man said, "To tell you the truth, we've already used all methods to search for the Patriarch, but we haven't found any information. Your Holiness, the rumors in the outside world say that the Patriarch has obtained the Tao scripture and is cultivating it in seclusion. This might be true, but it might also be false. It's also possible that some people are plotting against our Emperor clan. I hope Your Holiness can be enlightened." In the past, the Emperor clan wouldn't fear the God Palace. But now, the Emperor clan had no choice but to compromise, because the slightest mistake could lead to their extinction. He knew very well that these people would do anything for the Tao scripture. After a moment of silence, the Pope said, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly." With that, he turned and left. In the surroundings, the hidden experts also quietly disappeared. Seeing this, The white-haired old man let out a sigh of relief. If these people were to attack together, even the Emperor clan wouldn't be able to stop them. As if thinking of something, the white-haired old man suddenly turned his head. Investigate the rumors that the sect master has obtained the Tao scripture. In the distance, a figure quietly retreated. The white-haired old man looked into the distance and softly said, "Someone wants to harm our Emperor clan." In the starry sky, the Pope was slowly walking. Beside him followed a middle-aged man. This person was the Immortal Pavilion's pavilion master Jiang Yu. The Pope suddenly said, "Brother Jiang, do you think that Di Linyuan is alive or dead?" Jiang Yu smiled. "He's dead." The Pope chuckled. "Why do you think so?" Jiang Yu softly said, "How can Di Linyuan deal with someone who can kill 6 self-release experts in such a short time?" The Pope nodded. "He's also not someone we can deal with. Unless," Jiang Yu said, "gang up. If we fight with numbers, we might have a chance." The Pope suddenly said, "Actually, why do we need to look for her?" Jiang Yu looked at the Pope. The Pope softly said, "She might have only seen the Tao scripture, but that Yi Xian definitely has the Tao scripture. Why don't we directly look for him?" Jiang Yu shook his head. The 5-dimensional universe. The wall of the universe. That was a rather troublesome matter for the Tao realm. The Pope suddenly said, "The wall of the universe is not a difficult matter for you and me, is it?" Jiang Yu was silent. The Pope continued, "Since we already know that the plain-dressed woman is so powerful, there's no need to look for her. She's so powerful. If we look for her, even if we defeat her, the price we'll have to pay would be extremely heavy. However, this Yi Xian shouldn't be as powerful as the plain-dressed woman, right?" Jiang Yu nodded. "That's reasonable. However, at present, we need to find out whether that Di Linyuan has the Tao scripture or not. If the Tao scripture is really in his hands, and we go to look for Yi Xian, wouldn't that be giving Di Linyuan an advantage?" The Pope nodded. "This matter must be made clear. However, we can't ignore that Yi Xian either. According to what I know, the ancient temple has already begun to move against Yi Xian. We can't let the ancient temple beat us to it." The ancient temple. Hearing this, Jiang Yu frowned slightly. The Tao realm actually didn't know much about this ancient temple in the 6th dimension. They only knew that it was a very mysterious force. Jiang Yu suddenly asked, "What's the strength of that Yi Xian?" The Pope said, "Shattering void tear. Shattering void tear." Jiang Yu said in a low voice, "Should we send one of them?" The two of them didn't want to go down. In their opinion, the Tao scripture was most likely in the hands of the plain-dressed woman or Di Linyuan. Whoever went down would most likely suffer a great loss. The Pope glanced at Jiang Yu and said, "I'm afraid one person won't be enough. How about we each send one person down?" Jiang Yu smiled. Okay. He naturally understood the Pope's meaning. If Yi Xian really had the Tao scripture, and they sent one person down, whose person would go down? 2 people going down was exactly what both sides wanted. The Pope turned his head and looked around. He said softly, "Pass down my order. Search for that plain-dressed woman and Di Linyuan." In the surroundings, countless elites quietly retreated. On the other side of the starry sky, a woman walked slowly. In the woman's hand was a small roasted golden fish. This woman was the 5th dimension Tendo. She had already been in the Tao realm for a few days. There hadn't been any changes in the Tao realm. After walking for a while, Mu Nianyan came to a small river. She walked along the river, and at the end of the river, there was a bamboo building. She walked to the bamboo building and said with a smile, "Hey, I've come to see you." At this time, a small head popped out from the bamboo building. It was a woman. The woman was about 16 or 17 years old, and she was devastatingly beautiful. Seeing the 5th dimension Tendo, the woman's eyes instantly lit up. The next moment, she appeared in front of Mu Nianyan and hugged Mu Nianyan. "Nian Nian, where have you been all these years? I've missed you so much." The 5th dimension Tendo said with a smile, "I've been busy." The woman looked at the 5th dimension Tendo and said with a smile, "Busy with what?" The 5th dimension Tendo smiled and said, "I've come to find you this time because I want to take you to a place. Do you want to go?" The woman blinked. "Where?" The 5th dimension Tendo said with a smile, A very fun place. The woman hesitated and said, but I'm the Tendo of this universe. Moon Yin smiled and said, the people of this world don't treat you well, so I'll change places for you. The woman was still somewhat hesitant. But there are many spirits following me. The corners of Moon Yin's mouth curled up slightly. Bring them along. The woman suddenly asked, why are you suddenly changing places for me? Is something going to happen? Moon Yin smiled and said, silly girl, the people of this world are too powerful. If you're discovered by them here, you'll be enslaved at any time. Understand? The woman hesitated and said, changing places might be the same. Moon Yin shook his head. There's a human in the place I found for you. He'll protect you well, so don't even think about it. Take your spirit and follow me. Let the humans have fun in the Tao realm. Chapter 12:11. In front of the bamboo house, the woman was silent. She trusted Moon Yin a lot, because Moon Yin was the one who saved her. If not for Moon Yin, she would have been enslaved by humans. However, she was still a little reluctant to leave this world. Moon Yin held the woman's hand and said softly, you don't owe this world anything. The woman lowered her head slightly. Moon Yin smiled and said, how about this? When the time is right, I'll have that person bring you here. Don't worry, at that time, with him here, no one in this universe will dare to harm you. The woman looked at Moon Yin. Is that person a good person? Moon Yin smiled. He can be considered a good person. In any case, he won't bully you. Moreover, if you follow him, you might have a fortuitous encounter. The woman was curious. What fortuitous encounter? Moon Yin said softly, he knows a little white fellow. That little fellow is the spirit ancestor. If you meet her in the future, she will change your fate. The woman hurriedly said, what about you? She can help you too, right? Moon Yin shook her head. I can't. The woman was puzzled. Why? Moon Yin smiled. Because I'm too strong. The woman blinked. That's amazing. Moon Yin laughed heartily. Get ready. Bring those spirits by your side. The woman nodded. Okay. With that she turned and left. Moon Yin gently nibbled on the fish in her hand. Then she looked around and smiled. I will bring your Tendo away. You guys play by yourselves. A bunch of fellows who don't know how to cherish their Tendo. Soon, the woman and Moon Yin disappeared from the attic. After the two women disappeared, the attic also disappeared without a trace. In the starry sky, the woman hugged Moon Yin's hand. Yin, you are also a Tendo, right? Moon Yin nodded. Yes. The woman felt a little helpless. Why are you so powerful but I'm so weak? Moon Yin smiled and said, because I'm studying. Whatever humans know I know. Whatever humans don't know I know. Let me tell you a secret. Not only do I study in the 5th dimension, but I also study in the 6th dimension and the Tao world. What everyone knows I know. What everyone doesn't know I know too. The woman blinked. Can I learn too? Moon Yin smiled and said, of course. I have a study room. You can study in my study room when the time comes. The woman suddenly asked again, you've learned so much, aren't you invincible? Moon Yin blinked and shook his head. No. The woman was stunned. There's someone stronger than you? Moon Yin nodded. Yes. The woman asked, how powerful are you exactly? The corner of Moon Yin's mouth lifted slightly. Under 3 swords I am invincible. The woman was stunned. Moon Yin suddenly laughed. I'm just bragging, haha. In a short while the spirit chi in the entire Tao world suddenly underwent a huge change. The spirit chi in the Tao world was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Some places that originally had less spirit chi were directly gone. The entire Tao world was shocked. What had happened? Several major forces were also shocked. But they did not investigate this matter at the moment. They only had eyes for the Tao scripture. When Moon Yin passed through the 6th dimension with the Tao world's Tao spirit, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man was bald, dressed in monk robes, and wore a string of black prayer beads. Moon Yin smiled and said, what's the matter? The old man put his palms together and bowed slightly. Hello, Miss Mu. Moon Yin smiled and said, hello, Master. The old man smiled bitterly and said, Miss Mu, you made us suffer. Moon Yinyan blinked his eyes. I didn't do anything. The old man sighed softly. Miss Mu, Yi Qing tricked us. You know that. Moon Yinyan nodded. Yes, but now he is no longer here. The old man shook his head. Yi Xian is here. Moon Yinyan smiled and said, Master, you should know that this Yi Xian is not Yi Qingji. Yi Qingji was such a monstrous person, but because he schemed against him, his soul was destroyed. The old man was silent. Moon Yinyan smiled and said, Master, your ancient temple is very particular about karma. Let me ask you, do you have the confidence to bear the karma of Yi Xian? The old man looked at Moon Yinyan and said, Whether it is the Tao scripture or the Buddhist scripture, my ancient temple wants them both. Moon Yinyan shrugged and said, Then you can go fight Yi Xian. I don't care. The old man said softly, Miss Mu, you are the most terrifying person in the fifth dimension. We don't want to be enemies with you. Moon Yinyan blinked and said, I also don't want to be enemies with you. The old man shook his head and said, But we know that you have been secretly helping Yi Xian. Moon Yinyan smiled and said, I really didn't. The old man looked at Moon Yinyan and said, Miss Tendo, we want you to stay here for a while. Moon Yinyan smiled and said, You want to imprison me here? The old man said softly, We just want you to stay here for a while. Moon Yinyan smiled and said, What if I don't agree? The old man put his palms together and said, Then I can only offend you. With that, the surrounding space started to distort. Moon Yinyan smiled. And then he said, Farewell. With that, she pulled the woman beside her and took a step forward. With that step, she and the Tao world Tao spirit appeared in the fifth dimension. In the starry sky, the old man was stunned. That's it. The old man was stunned for a while. He turned his head and looked down. At this moment his eyes were filled with fear. How strong is this woman? In the fifth dimension, Tendo's pawn shop, Moon Yinyan looked around and said with a smile, I really miss Xiao Dao. I should have gone to see her before. The woman beside her smiled and said, We can go up again next time. Tendo smiled and said, That's true. At this moment, a man walked in from outside the door. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurried to go up. When he saw the heavenly law, he grabbed the heavenly law and said happily, You finally showed up. Tendo blinked and said, What are you doing? Yi Xian said seriously, I missed you so much. At the side, the woman looked at Yi Xian, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Moon Yinyan smiled and said, Missed me? Miss me what? Yi Xian smiled and said, I always feel uneasy when you're not here. Moon Yinyan smiled and said, I'll introduce a new friend to you. As she spoke, she looked at the woman beside her. Her name is Xiaoyu, and she's my friend. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Hello. Xiaoyu nodded slightly and looked at Tendo. Is he the human you were talking about? Tendo smiled and said, Yes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. Are you a good person? Yi Xian was speechless. Tendo shook her head and smiled. Silly girl. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. She's the Tao world's Tendo. The Tao world's Tendo. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Tendo. The Tao world's Tendo? Moon Yinyan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu sized him up. Yi Xian looked at Moon Yinyan. Miss Tendo, did you bring the Tao world's Tendo down? Moon Yinyan smiled and said, Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. Wasn't this woman too playful? She had actually brought the Tao world's Tendo down. He had actually brought down the Tao world's heavenly Tao. What was she trying to do? Moon Yinyan suddenly smiled and said, Isn't it good to let her help you? Yi Xian hesitated for a while before saying, It's good, but this is still a little unbelievable. The Tao world's Tendo was here. Yi Xian felt that this was a little crazy. Moon Yinyan Xiao Dao said, Don't you need spirit qi? She can help you. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, No matter what, since you've come to the fifth dimension, you'll be one of us in the future. Don't worry. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell them my name. You can do whatever you want in the fifth dimension. Moon Yinyan shook her head and smiled, not saying anything. Xiaoyu blinked. The people of the Tao world bullied me in the past. The Tao world. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. One day, we'll conquer the Tao world." Mu Nianyan glanced at Yi Xian without saying anything. Xiao Yu looked at the Tendo. "Nian Nian, will I stay here in the future?" The Tendo nodded and said with a smile, "You can stay here for the time being. If he needs spirit qi in the future, you can help him by giving him some spirit qi." Xiao Yu nodded. "Okay." The Tendo looked at Yi Xian. "How is your fifth dimension great array?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "It's already on a certain scale." The Tendo said softly, "No one has ever united all the experts in the fifth dimension. You are the first, but I can tell you that you have many enemies." Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. "Can you tell me about the relationship between the prophet and Yi Qingji?" The Tendo was silent. Yi Xian said with a smile, "I should know the truth now." Mu Nianyan nodded. "Indeed. In fact, it's very simple. The prophet is Yi Qingji. His ancestor was a super expert, Yi Lanting, who obtained a remnant page of a Tao scripture. She was the first expert in the Tao world to break through to the self-release realm. Later, she went to search for the complete Tao scripture, but she disappeared. Countless years later, a super genius appeared in the Yi family, Yi Qingji. He reached the self-release realm before the age of 20. Countless experts in the Tao world believed that he had a Tao scripture on him, so they exterminated the Yi family. He escaped to an ancient temple and used the reincarnation technique to become you." Yi Xian was startled. "Become me? What do you mean?" Mu Nianyan said calmly, "You can understand it this way. Yi Qingji was the previous incarnation of the prophet, and your previous incarnation was almost the prophet." Yi Xian frowned. "Almost?" Mu Nianyan nodded. When he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had to choose a host. He understood the Tao of reincarnation very well, and he wanted to choose a person with great karmic luck, which was you. However, he was killed during the process of reincarnation. Yi Xian said solemnly, "The woman in the plain dress." Mu Nianyan nodded. "But she was a bit too late. Because at that time, he was almost done. Although he was killed by the woman in the plain dress, his karma fell on you. The woman in the plain dress wanted to sever the karma between you and him. But due to certain reasons, she didn't do so." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "If it wasn't for the woman in the plain dress, you would be the prophet now. It was precisely because of this that he committed a great taboo. Or perhaps it should be said that he severely underestimated the woman by your side. So, no matter how monstrous he was, he couldn't escape the fate of having his soul destroyed. No matter what, you obtained all the benefits from him. You have to bear this karma, unless you give away the study room now." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "I understand. What about my other two karmic luck?" He remembered that the woman in the ponytail had said that he had 3 karmic luck. Mu Nianyan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Big brother, I'm not a fortune teller, nor am I a karmic luck teller. Don't ask me everything, okay?" Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Yesterday a reader said it very well. If you have a toothache, take a blue carefree pill. Chapter 12:12. Inside the pawn shop, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he understood the cause and effect relationship between him and the prophet. Yi Qing knew. Although he was not the prophet, he had obtained the benefits of the prophet. Naturally, he had to bear the prophet's cause and effect. Tendo suddenly smiled and said, "Do you want to improve your body?" Yi Xian looked at Tendo and said, "It can still be improved?" Tendo raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Of course. Whether it is martial arts or sword arts, there is no limit. The same goes for the body. Of course, with your current body, it can be said that it has reached the limit of the 5th dimension. However, this is not enough." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "How?" The 5th dimension was currently building a large array. To be honest, he did not have 100% confidence in being the eye of the array. That was a large array that gathered the power of the 5th dimension. If he could not withstand it, it would be a tragedy for him. Therefore, if he could improve his body again, it would definitely be a great thing for him. Mu Nianyan looked at Yi Xian's body and said, "Now there are 2 ways. The first is dual cultivation. Dual cultivation. Yi Xian was stunned. Then, his expression became a little strange. He looked at Mu Nianyan and smiled. Miss Tian, we are not suitable, right? Mu Nianyan's mouth slightly raised, and she waved her lily-white hand. Boom! Without any warning, Yi Xian flew out. This time, he flew thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his body cracked like a spider web. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian was a little confused. What was this woman's strength? At this moment, Tendo appeared in front of him with Xiaoyu. Tendo looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You said those words because you wanted to see my strength. Do you see it now?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Tendo, you are too terrifying." Originally, he thought that he already had the strength to fight Tendo, but now it seemed that this woman was unfathomable. Tendo said with a smile, "Don't think too much about it. It's because I know the weakness of your body that I was able to destroy it." Yi Xian glanced at the Tendo. "As if I'd believe you. You're a bad woman." The Tendo suddenly said, "I'll take you to a place." After that, she grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder and disappeared on the spot. After a while, Tendo brought Yi Xian and Xiaoyu to the top of a snowy mountain. The surroundings were covered in ice, and it was bone-chilling cold. Yi Xian sized up the surroundings and said, "Miss Tendo, where are we?" The Tendo smiled. "A place that has been sealed for a very, very long time." Yi Xian suddenly said, "I've absorbed ice soul before." The Tendo nodded. "I know." After that, she gently moved her lily-white hand forward. In an instant, the iceberg in front of the three of them suddenly split into two. The Tendo smiled. "Let's go." After that, she led Yi Xian and Xiaoyu towards the depths of the iceberg. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Miss Tendo, have you been to the Tao world?" Mu Nianyan nodded. Yi Xian asked again, "Are the people of the Tao world really that strong?" Mu Nianyan smiled. "They are stronger than here and in the sixth dimension. That's because they are blessed by nature," Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "Because of the Tao scripture?" Mu Nianyan nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian asked again, "Is the Tao scripture really such a divine artifact?" Mu Nianyan said softly, "It is indeed an extraordinary book." Yi Xian looked at Mu Nianyan. "Have you read it?" Mu Nianyan shook her head. "I haven't read it, and I don't really want to read it." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Mu Nianyan smiled. "Most of the time, the path that you walk is your own path. The path that others give you is their path, not your own. Do you understand?" Xiaoyu suddenly said. "But the people of the Tao world all want others to give them a path." Mu Nianyan smiled. "That's them." Then, she glanced at Yi Xian. "It's smart of you to use the Tao scripture to make a deal with the sixth dimension. Of course, I appreciate that you don't take the Tao scripture seriously." Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he had the same thought as Mu Nianyan. Most of the time, the path that you walk is your own path. This was also the reason why he chose to let the plain-dressed woman leave. Of course, he had never thought that those people would take the initiative to provoke the plain-dressed woman. Heaven had pity on him. He had always wanted to rely on himself to walk the Tao, but these enemies had nothing better to do than to provoke the plain-dressed woman. At this time, Mu Nianyan said, "The origin of the Tao scripture is unknown. Perhaps the person who sent the Tao scripture had good intentions, but it could also have a deeper meaning. Regardless of the purpose, the world is now within the rules set by him." Yi Xian looked at Mu Nianyan. "What about you?" Mu Nianyan looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You are really curious about my strength." Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Yes." Mu Nianyan smiled. "Don't think too much about it. I have no ill intentions towards you." Then she paused and said, "Actually, you might not know, but in the entire fifth dimension, the sixth dimension, and the Tao world, the biggest threat to you is actually me." Yi Xian was speechless. Mu Nianyan blinked. "Do you still remember when you separated from the plain-dressed woman by the river?" Yi Xian nodded. "At that time, the Tendo was also there." Mu Nianyan said with a smile. "Actually, she wanted to kill me at that time." Yi Xian was stunned. "Wanted to kill you?" Mu Nianyan nodded. "Once she left, I had the ability to kill you before she returned. Only I have this ability, but in the end, She did not do so. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why? Mu Nianyan blinked and smiled playfully. Because I am smart. Yi Xian was speechless. Mu Nianyan suddenly stopped. In front of her was an ice palace. Yi Xian looked at the ice palace. The ice palace was very large, like a giant city. In front of the ice palace, there were dozens of ice men. Yi Xian looked at Mu Nianyan. These are? Mu Nianyan said with a smile. They used to be an ancient foreign force. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Foreign force? Mu Nianyan nodded. A long time ago, many people coveted this fifth dimension and wanted to enslave this universe. In the end, they were all killed by me. Of course, I also sealed some of them. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Nianyan. He had to say that those foreign forces were really tragic, because they certainly did not expect that the Tendo of this small universe was actually so abnormal. It could be said that this Tendo was the best Tendo he had ever seen. But then again, who would have thought that a Tendo would actually cultivate? Moreover, she was learning from the various races. Tendo was not scary. What was scary was that Tendo was cultured. At this time, Xiaoyu said softly, "If only I was as powerful as you, Nian Nian." Mu Nianyan said with a smile, "Let me tell you, I am really not powerful. For example, I can't beat the plain dress woman." Oh my God. At this time, the voice of the ninth floor suddenly sounded in the pagoda. Yi Xian asked inwardly, "What's wrong?" The ninth floor sighed softly, sighing, "I can only say that this heavenly Tao is truly too terrifying. She is obviously so powerful, but she keeps saying that she is not powerful at all. This woman knows how to hide her strength. She is really scary." Yi Xian nodded. In fact, whether it was the Tao world or the sixth dimension, or even Yi Xian, most people would subconsciously ignore this Tendo. Why? Because she usually laughed and laughed, making people feel that she was not scary at all. This was actually very scary. At this time, Mu Nianyan walked to the gate of the ice palace. She gently waved her lily-white hand, and the gate of the ice palace opened directly. A bone-piercing cold air floated out of it. Mu Nianyan gently waved her lily-white hand, and the cold air disappeared without a trace. Mu Nianyan walked inside, and Yi Xian and Xiaoyu hurriedly followed her. After entering the palace, Yi Xian found that there were many ice people around. Based on their movements, it was obvious that they were frozen very suddenly. Mu Nianyan walked towards the depths of the ice hall. Not long later, the three of them arrived at the end of the hall. At the end of the hall stood a woman. She wore a snow-white dress, with a cloak on her back. It was worth mentioning that this woman was very beautiful. Among all the women Yi Xian had seen, she could definitely be ranked in the top 3. She was a woman that could move any man's heart. Of course, he naturally didn't have any other thoughts. He was a swordsman who had comprehended the sword domain and sword intent at any rate. So he still had this bit of mental fortitude. Right at this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Look, her eyes are moving." Yi Xian looked at the woman when he heard this. Sure enough, her eyes were actually moving. She was looking at Mu Nianyan. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he gazed at Mu Nianyan. Mu Nianyan smiled and said, "I sealed her in ice, but I only restricted her freedom. I didn't make her fall into a deep sleep. I wanted her to be like this. She's conscious, but she can't move." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "Do you think I'm very cruel?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "I don't know what happened, so I won't comment on it." Mu Nianyan smiled, and then she walked over to the frozen woman. She gazed at the woman and noticed that the woman's expression was calm. There was no rage or hatred in her eyes, and she was calm to the point it was slightly abnormal. Meanwhile, Mu Nianyan suddenly waved her right hand, and then the mysterious energy that confined the woman vanished without a trace. It didn't take long for the woman to regain her freedom. Once she regained her freedom, she gazed at Mu Nianyan. In the next moment, she took a step forward, and the temperature in the surroundings suddenly plummeted. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, because he noticed that his body had actually started to freeze inch by inch. Domain of ice. Yi Xian hurriedly activated the sword domain, and his body gradually returned to normal at the instant that it appeared. Meanwhile, Mu Nianyan smiled and said, Looks like you haven't wasted your time here in the past few years for nothing. You've actually comprehended domain of ice here. And you've even attained the self-release realm. How rare. The woman stared fixedly at the Tendo. Underestimating me will be the greatest mistake of your life. Right at this moment, Moon Yin suddenly vanished on the spot. A moment later, her hand suddenly grabbed the woman's neck, and the woman's eyes opened wide with disbelief, because at this moment, her domain of ice had actually disappeared without a trace. Moon Yin slowly lifted the woman up and smiled. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The woman stared fixedly at Moon Yin. Exactly how strong are you? Yi Xian gazed at Moon Yin as well, because he wanted to know the answer to that question as well. Moon Yin chuckled. Actually, I'm not strong at all. For example, I can't defeat this woman in a simple dress. Hee. Yi Xian almost fainted when he heard this. Motherfucker. Chapter 12-13. He couldn't beat the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian was speechless. Big sister, can't you use a different analogy? You make it sound like you're very weak. In the distance, the woman in front of Moon Yin stared at Moon Yin. At this moment, her beautiful face had a trace of helplessness. The woman in front of her was much stronger than she had expected. She wasn't her match at all. Moon Yin suddenly released her hand, and the woman fell to the ground. The woman didn't make a move, because she knew it was meaningless. Moon Yin suddenly opened her palm, and the woman in front of her suddenly shuddered violently. Then her entire face turned pale, and very quickly, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from her body. Bloodline aura. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of this. The woman in front of him actually had the power of a bloodline. At this moment, the power of a bloodline suddenly erupted with a powerful force that shook towards Moon Yin. Moon Yin gently waved her lily-white hand, and the powerful force disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the woman collapsed to the ground and stared at the Tendo in front of her. What do you mean? Moon Yin smiled and said, What do I mean? I want to activate the mortal bloodline in your body. Mortal bloodline? Yi Xian was stunned. He had heard of it before. The Tendo of the fifth dimension had once told him that there were very few bloodlines that could compare to his bloodline. It just so happened that this mortal bloodline was one of them. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman. This woman actually had the bloodline of a mortal? Moon Yin suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, This woman's ancestor is not simple. As she said this, the corners of her mouth curled up. You don't mind if I suck up some karma for you, right? Yi Xian hurriedly said, I mind very much. He knew that the woman in front of him definitely wanted to do something bad. Moon Yin smiled and said, Don't you want to break through? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Yes, but you wouldn't come up with any bad ideas, right? Moon Yin blinked. It's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. With that, she opened her palm. The World Prism Pagoda suddenly flew out from within Yi Xian's body and landed steadily in her hand. Yi Xian's expression changed. What are you trying to do? Moon Yin ignored Yi Xian and turned around to look at the beautiful woman in front of her. You've lucked out. With that said, she pointed a finger at the beautiful woman's forehead. In an instant, the beautiful woman's cultivation was sealed. The absolute beauty glared at Moon Yin. What do you want to do? Moon Yin did not reply. She turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Miss Tendo, let's talk things out. Don't act recklessly. Tendo smiled mischievously. I'm not acting recklessly. It's a good idea. With that said, she pointed a finger at Yi Xian's chest. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation was sealed. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What is this woman trying to do? Following that, Tendo took out 2 blue pills. With a point of her finger, the 2 blue pills flew into Yi Xian's and the beautiful woman's mouths. In an instant their bodies became hot. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. This is an aphrodisiac. Tendo blinked. Yes. Hee. Yi Xian was about to speak when Tendo smiled mischievously. You two have fun. With that said, she pulled Xiaoyu and disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian's expression changed. He was about to speak when his whole body turned red. In the distance, the beautiful woman's eyes became misty. In fact, both of them were not weak. Ordinary drugs would not work on them. However, the problem was that Tendo had sealed their cultivation. Without cultivation, they were just like ordinary people. The woman stared at Yi Xian with eyes full of resentment. Yi Xian spread out his hands. She did it. I'm also a victim, okay? The woman's expression suddenly became ferocious. In the next moment, she directly threw herself in front of Yi Xian and frantically took off Yi Xian's clothes. Yi Xian could not stop her at all. After a while, both of them were naked. Yi Xian found that the woman in front of him was very proactive. The moment the two of them joined together, the blood in their bodies suddenly trembled. Soon, a mass of blood light enveloped both of them. During the process, both of their blood began to boil and then fuse. It should be said that they were absorbing each other's blood. However, gradually, the woman's blood began to be suppressed by Yi Xian. This went on for a long time before the two of them stopped. After it was over, the woman lay at the side. She just looked at the sky with empty eyes. Humiliation. To her, this was naturally a very humiliating thing. As if she had thought of something, she looked at Yi Xian. Besides killing intent, there was also resentment in her eyes. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, "Why do men always feel that when something like this happens between a woman and a man, the woman is always the one at a disadvantage? We men are also at a disadvantage, okay? Also, you know that I'm also a victim. I feel very wrong too." The woman suddenly clenched her fists, and her chest heaved up and down. It was a spectacular sight. Anger. Because of her anger, the drug in the woman's body seemed to have taken effect again. Therefore, she rushed towards Yi Xian again. This time, she was like a fierce horse galloping unhindered. After another hour passed, the woman stopped. She just lay on top of Yi Xian and stared fixedly at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian pushed her away, put on his clothes and walked towards the distance. The woman slowly closed her eyes where she stood, and two streams of clear liquid flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Yi Xian found the fifth dimension Tendo. Mu Ninian gazed at him and smiled. "How do you feel?" Yi Xian gazed at Mu Ninian. "I want to become strong, but I don't want to do it in such a way." Mu Ninian suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body was blasted flying. He flew for an entire 30 kilometers. And the space in his path was obliterated inch by inch. In an instant, the 30 kilometers of space in front of Yi Xian and Mu Ninian had been transformed into a pitch-black hole. Yi Xian's body cracked, and blood splattered everywhere. He looked like a man made of blood. Mu Ninian took a step forward, and with this step, she arrived in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and sneered. "Who do you think you are?" Yi Xian looked at Mu Ninian. Mu Ninian smiled. "Mercy? Do you think you have the right to be merciful? Do you? Do you know the cruelty of this world? Do you know what will happen to the women around you if you fail? They will live worse than dogs. Do you understand?" Yi Xian was silent. Mu Ninian continued. "Yes, you have the plain-dressed woman behind you. With her, you will not die. However, you will live under her shadow for the rest of your life. But have you ever thought about what would happen without her? Without her, you would not be called Yi Xian. You would be called Yi Qingji. Do you understand? Forgive me for being blunt, but 100 of you cannot compare to one Yi Qingji. You do not have the right to fight him. You won because of the plain-dressed woman, not because of yourself. Do you understand?" Yi Xian was silent. Mu Ninian sneered. "Why did the sixth dimension help you? Do you think it is because you are handsome? No, they are afraid of the plain-dressed woman. That is why they helped you. Why did the spirit realm submit to you? Did you shoot it down yourself? No, it was the woman with the gun who helped you. Use your pig brain to think. Without them, how will you fight against Guanyin? How will you fight against the sixth dimension? How will you fight against the Tao realm?" As she said this, she glanced at Yi Xian. "Have you ever thought about what will happen to your friends and the women around you if you lose? Those with a strong temperament will commit suicide to preserve their innocence. Those with a weak temperament will become someone's plaything in bed. At that time, do you think your enemies will be merciful to you and the people around you?" Yi Xian looked at Mu Ninian. A person should have a bottom line. Moon Yinyan suddenly shouted angrily. Is a bottom line something that weaklings can talk about? Let me tell you, you talk about a bottom line now, because you are living a good life. If you live in purgatory, you will find that a bottom line is worthless. As she said this, she stared at Yi Xian. Right now, I want to kill you. I want to kill all of your friends and imprison all of your women. What can you do about it? Tell me, what can you do about it? Are you going to talk about a bottom line with me? Yi Xian was silent. Moon Yinyan sneered. You are now the master of the fifth dimension. It sounds very awesome, but do you know how you became the master of the fifth dimension? It was the people behind you who helped you get it. Let me ask you, without the plain-clothed woman, how can you compete with the prophet? The prophet's 10,000-year plan was cut down by the plain-clothed woman. But without her? How can you Yi Xian compete with her? Without her, there would be no Yi Xian in this world. Let me ask you again, the sword sect is such a powerful force. Without the green-clothed man, would they recognize you as their master? I'm afraid you are dreaming. The spirit realm is such a powerful place. Without the spear-wielding woman, would they submit to you? They are afraid they won't be able to kill you. If the sixth dimension wasn't scared by the plain-clothed woman's sword, would they express goodwill to you? Do you really think that you are the most monstrous genius in the universe, and that people want to curry favor with you? They are giving face to the plain-clothed woman. As she said this, she stared at Yi Xian and pointed at Yi Xian's chest. Tell me, without them, what can you do? Yi Xian was silent. Moon Yinyan pointed at the sky. Right now your enemies are the Tao world and the ancient temple. Do you know how powerful they are? Do you think your fifth dimension great array can stop them? Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about the fifth dimension tribulation. If you want to stop it, do you know how terrifying it is? No, you don't know how terrifying it is, because you are used to people helping you. You have never been forced into a desperate situation, so you don't know what despair is. As she said this, she shook her head. When your sister left, she said that they are too kind to you. This is what I want to tell you. They are really too kind to you. Being a second generation isn't a bad thing, but you can't be proud of being a second generation. The country that father conquered is father's. It has nothing to do with you. What kind of ability is ruling the country? Conquering the country is a real man. Also, as she said this, she looked at Yi Xian and pointed at Yi Xian's chest. The plain-clothed woman is so powerful. As long as she doesn't want to die, she basically won't die. However, my intuition tells me that if she dies one day, it will definitely be because of you, Yi Xian. Because only you, Yi Xian, can make her die. An extremely powerful person isn't afraid of a godlike opponent, but she will definitely be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Do you understand? As she said this, she walked to the side. As if she wasn't satisfied, she punched out. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of li in front of her turned into nothingness. She hated iron for not becoming steel. P.S. I suddenly discovered that my readers aren't particularly serious. Because of a toothache, many readers revealed their true nature. Chapter 12:14. In the air, Yi Xian stood silently. In fact, he had thought about what Moon Yinyan had said seriously. However, he was helpless most of the time. For example, he had enemies in the sixth dimension, even though he had not left the fifth dimension. Where did these enemies come from? He, Yi Xian, did not provoke them. Some enemies were acquired, but some enemies were born. At this moment, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. It was the woman from before. Moon Yinyan sneered. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? With that, she gently pulled with her lily-white hand. Boom. In the distant sky, the woman fell directly in front of Moon Yinyan and Yi Xian. The woman stared at Moon Yinyan. Moon Yinyan looked at Yi Xian. Kill her. Yi Xian was stunned. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, but did not speak. Moon Yinyan looked straight at Yi Xian. Kill her. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said with a smile, I won't. Moon Yinyan looked at Yi Xian, but did not speak. Yi Xian chuckled. Qing has never asked me to do or not do anything, because she wants me to live according to my wishes. Lady Tendo, I know that you have helped me a lot. You said so much to me just now for my own good. But I don't want to be the kind of person you want me to be. I am me. I am not anyone's puppet. And I don't want to be a person without a bottom line. At least, I will never do things that go against my conscience just to become stronger. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian for a moment and smiled. Then, she looked at the woman not far from Yi Xian. You can live. The woman said nothing. Mu Niannian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, in this life, there are very few people who can do things that go against their conscience. Because in Jianghu, there is no free will. You're ruthless enough, but you're not cruel enough. In other words, you'll only be cruel if someone touches your reverse scale. Of course, if a person was too cruel and didn't have a merciful heart or a bottom line, he would definitely be an unpleasant person. You are able to gather so many people around you, not only because of the plain-dressed woman and the others, but also a large part of the reason is because of you, because you treat your own people well. But, when she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, I'm afraid that you'll encounter someone like me one day. Because if that happens, then you'll lose utterly. Especially women. Some women are 100 or 1,000 times scarier than you can imagine when they become ruthless. Obviously, she was referring to the woman beside her. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Mu Niannian suddenly pointed at the woman not far from him. For example, her. Do you know what she did when she came to this universe? Yi Xian glanced at the woman and shook his head. No matter what she did, I shouldn't have forced myself to have sex with her. Although I wasn't willing, it's my fault. It's my fault, I'll admit it. This kind of coercion was shameless to him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the woman glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said with a smile, Have you ever thought that, as I said before, if you fail, your friends and the women around you will be very miserable? Because since ancient times, the winner is king, and the loser is vilified. The loser will either die, or live a life worse than death. At that time, your enemy won't care about mercy or bottom line. Human nature doesn't have a bottom line. Because humans aren't animals. Animals can only eat until they are full. Humans can save and calculate. Most of the time, they can do anything for money or to become stronger. Yi Xian looked straight at Mu Niannian. If others don't have a bottom line, that's their business. But I, Yi Xian, must have a bottom line. If a businessman doesn't have a bottom line, then he's a profiteer. If a man doesn't have a bottom line, then he's a beast. Because only beasts can do anything. Nian Nian, being cruel doesn't mean that you don't have a bottom line or principles. Saying that, he pointed at the woman not far away. She's done something evil. You can punish her. You can kill her. You can even seal her, and let her suffer for 10,000 years of loneliness. But you really shouldn't treat her in this way. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. Are you blaming me? Yi Xian didn't back down and looked at Mu Niannian. Yes, I respect you, but that doesn't mean you can mess around with me. If you treat me as a friend, then please respect me. I, Yi Xian, can lose, can die, but I will never force a woman to have sex with me and use her body to make a breakthrough. I, Yi Xian, am not ashamed of that kind of breakthrough. There are thousands of ways to become strong. Why must you choose this? Behind Mu Niannian, Xiao Yu blinked. She looked at Yi Xian with a smile on her face. On the other side, the woman looked at Yi Xian, but didn't say anything. Mu Niannian smiled. Looks like I was meddlesome, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You once told me that experts shouldn't impose their will on others. Then why are you imposing your will on me now? To make me become the kind of person you want? Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. I don't want you to become the kind of person I want, nor do I want you to become my puppet. I just want you to be a bit more cruel. In this world, if you aren't ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm. Yi Xian was silent. Mu Niannian continued. I know your character. Forcing you to dual cultivate with a woman you don't know isn't your style. It goes against your heart. However, I want to tell you that heart is a double-edged sword. Especially for a swordsman. Those who are too insistent on their heart are the same as drawing a circle to trap themselves. Of course, those who don't have their heart won't be able to walk far on their path. Don't you think it's very contradictory? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Mu Niannian smiled. Think about that woman in plain dress. If she wants to kill, she kills. If she doesn't want to kill, she doesn't kill. What is her heart? Yi Xian was silent. Mu Niannian continued. My heart is at ease. This is a new realm above sword cognition. The heart is unfettered, and the way of the sword is at ease. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Niannian. Niannian, I think your way of thinking is wrong. Mu Niannian smiled. Go on. Yi Xian said in a low voice. I think that a person must have a bottom line and principles. If a person has no bottom line and principles, what's the point of being a beast? I don't know about others, but this is how I, Yi Xian, do things. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. Saying so, he pointed at the woman not far away. I'll say it again. If she's my enemy, I won't hesitate to kill her. I won't be lenient just because she's a woman. But I won't force her to have sex with me. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly pulled on Mu Niannian's sleeve. Niannian, I think he's right. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Continue. Yi Xian said in a low voice. You said that the weak don't have the right to have a bottom line and kindness. But let me ask you, if a person has no bottom line and kindness when he's weak, then will he have a bottom line and kindness when he's strong? Saying so, he hesitated for a moment and said, Let me give you an example. You can't hit me, okay? Mu Niannian nodded. Go ahead. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Niannian. My intuition tells me that if I dual cultivate with you, I'll become stronger. If one day you're weak, and I take advantage of your precarious situation to have sex with you, what would you think? Mu Niannian blinked. You actually have such a thought. Yi Xian hurriedly said. I'm just giving an example. An example. Mu Niannian lightly combed her hair behind her ear, and then she said, Actually, this is something that I'm quite conflicted about. I hope that you'll become more cruel, but I also hope that you won't become so bad. Because I hate people who don't have a bottom line and principles. They're unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals, and I really don't like them. But alas, as expected, there's no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Yi Xian smiled. Actually, it's very simple. You just have to be kind and compassionate to good people, and be cruel to bad people, right? Mu Niannian gazed at Yi Xian for a long time, and then she smiled and said, That's true. As she spoke, she pointed her finger at the woman by Yi Xian's side, and this point directly sealed her cultivation. Mu Niannian smiled and said, I'll leave her to you. Kill her or let her go. That's your decision. I have to remind you that you'll be in great trouble if you let her go. With that, she returned the World Prism Pagoda to Yi Xian, and then disappeared into the horizon with Xiaoyu. At the end of the horizon, where Yi Xian and the woman could not see, the smile on Mu Niannian's face gradually disappeared. Xiaoyu asked softly, Are you angry? Mu Niannian shook his head. No. Xiaoyu glanced at Mu Niannian and said nothing. Mu Niannian said softly, I'm not angry. Rather, I feel a little gratified. He was right. If a person didn't have a bottom line and principles when they were weak, would they still have a bottom line and principles when they became strong? I was too impatient. But there was no other way. I don't have much time left. Xiaoyu blinked. What do you mean? Mu Niannian smiled and said, This universe needs a person with a bottom line and principles. Otherwise, it won't be treated well. I'm not mistaken. Come on, I'll treat you to barbecue. Let's go fish. With that, she took Xiaoyu and disappeared into the horizon. After Mu Niannian disappeared, Yi Xian put away the World Prism Pagoda and looked at the woman beside him. The woman's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, Want to talk? The woman did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, You could have committed suicide, but you didn't. Clearly, you don't want to die. So we can talk. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Talk about what? Yi Xian said seriously, You know that when we had sex, I was also passive. If you want revenge, I suggest you look for that woman just now. Her name is Mu Niannian. She's not very strong. At least, she can't beat the plain-dressed woman. The woman stared at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I feel that there are two possibilities between us. The first possibility is that you follow me and are conquered by my charm. Then, you become my woman and bring the huge force behind you to pledge allegiance to me. The woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled coldly, but did not say anything. Yi Xian nodded. Let's talk about the second possibility. The second possibility is that you will temporarily compromise and follow me. Then, when your cultivation recovers, you will kill me and Mu Ninian for revenge. The woman slowly closed her eyes. She clenched her fists, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Do you know how strong that woman just now is?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "She is strong. What about you? Are you strong too?" Yi Xian was slightly helpless. "Big sister, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This ill-fated relationship between us is all because of her. Even if you want revenge, you should look for her." The woman said angrily, "Do you think I can beat her?" Yi Xian was astounded. "You can't beat her, so you hit me?" The woman stared at Yi Xian. "Did I have sex with her or you and me?" Yi Xian said, "I did have sex with you, but she was the one who did it. I'm a victim as well." The woman ridiculed. "I really feel bad for her. She did that for you, but you still want to push the blame to her. Are you a man?" "Fuck." Yi Xian looked at the woman in astonishment. This woman's way of thinking is different from ordinary people. Yi Xian sized her up, and then he said, "Looks like Miss wants to talk to me. Since you want to talk, then let's have a good talk. Before that, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think that I'll accommodate you just because you had sex with me and slept with me. I, Yi Xian, have at least 100 women. Really, it doesn't matter to me if I have one more or one less." The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, "If Miss wants to live and regain your freedom, that's fine. However, Miss has to agree to a condition of mine. So long as you agree to my condition, I can let you regain your freedom and your strength." He really wanted to let this woman go, but she was at the self-release realm. If he let her go now, he might not be able to stop her if she did anything rash. So he could only choose a tactful method. The woman looked at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. "What? You want to enslave me?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No, I need you to follow me for 3 years. After 3 years, you'll regain your freedom." 3 years? The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You want to sleep with me for 3 years?" Yi Xian said angrily. "Why are your thoughts so dirty? Am I, Yi Xian, such a person? I want you to follow me for 3 years and fight for me." "What do you mean sleep with you for 3 years? Dream on." The woman stared at Yi Xian and clenched her fists. One could see that she was furious from the rise and fall of her chest. Yi Xian looked at the woman. "How about it?" The woman said, "Recover my strength first." Yi Xian shook his head. "Dream on." This woman looked really angry. If he recovered her strength, wouldn't she beat him to death? The woman was speechless. Yi Xian said, "Can I? Just tell me." The woman was silent for a moment. "Let me tell you. You should listen to her and kill me. Otherwise you will regret it." Yi Xian suddenly said, "We did it so many times. Will you have a child?" The woman suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. She was furious. Scram. Her voice was like thunder, shaking the snowy mountains. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 12:15. Yi Xian glanced at the crazed woman in front of him and muttered inwardly, "Is there a need to be so angry?" The woman glared at Yi Xian, her eyes ferocious, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. "Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the conditions I mentioned earlier?" The woman slowly closed her eyes. "Let me recover my strength first." Yi Xian smiled. "I'll be the first person you'll fight when you recover your strength, right?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "How can I help you fight if I can't recover my strength?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Give me a strand of your soul." The woman narrowed her eyes. Yi Xian turned to leave. The woman in front of him was definitely not a good person. Otherwise she wouldn't have been sealed here by Mu Ninian for so many years. He naturally didn't think that he could conquer such a woman with his charm. Nor did he think that she would fall head over heels in love with him after a night with him. Yi Xian wasn't that naive. Ever since he came into contact with Mu Niannian, he didn't dare to look down on women at all. At this moment, the woman behind him suddenly said, "I agree to your conditions." Yi Xian stopped and looked at the woman behind him. The woman opened her palm, and a strand of soul appeared in her palm. Soon, the strand of soul floated in front of Yi Xian. She knew that if she didn't follow the man in front of her, that woman would never let her off. That woman had wanted to kill her just now. Yi Xian put away the strand of soul and said, "Let's go." The woman frowned. "Help me recover my strength." Yi Xian spread his hands. "I can't do that. But I can take you to find Nian Nian." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You can do it." Yi Xian waved his right hand and a sword landed in front of the woman. "Come on up." With that he walked up to the sword. The woman didn't go up. Yi Xian turned to look at the woman. "How about I carry you to find her?" The woman didn't hesitate any longer, and directly walked onto the sword. Yi Xian pointed with his finger, and the sword soared into the sky. Caught off guard, the woman almost fell down. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and hurriedly hugged Yi Xian. But just as she hugged him, she was about to let go, but she still didn't let go. If he let go, wouldn't he fall? The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You did it on purpose." Yi Xian sternly said, "Miss, please don't think of others as such filthy things. Go ask around in the 5th dimension, and see what kind of person I, Yi Xian, am." The woman said mockingly, "Does a shameless and lowly person like you still need to inquire about it?" Yi Xian was speechless. The woman suddenly said, "That Tendo is called Mu Niannian?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are you interested in her?" The woman didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, "How about this? You ask me a question, and I'll ask you a question." The woman glanced at Yi Xian. "Sure." Yi Xian nodded. "How should I address you, miss?" The woman said indifferently, "Qian Mo. Qian Mo." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Miss Qian Mo, ask away." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "What's your relationship with that Mu Niannian?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Friend, good friend." Qian Mo was silent. Yi Xian asked again, "Miss Qian Mo, where are you from?" Qian Mo said indifferently, "Dao World." "Dao World." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Ask away." Qian Mo was expressionless. "What bloodline power do you have?" This was what she was most curious about, because it could suppress her bloodline. It was very, very rare. Moreover, after dual cultivating with Yi Xian, she found that her bloodline showed signs of breaking through. If she dual cultivated with him a few more times thinking of this, she lowered her head slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Crazy demon bloodline." Qian Mo frowned slightly. "Never heard of it." Yi Xian said seriously, "Miss Qian Mo, I have something to tell you. Don't be angry, is that all right?" Qian Mo looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to say?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "When I dual cultivated with you just now, I found that a lot of energy was lost." Hearing this, Qian Mo's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian quickly said, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to discuss. I'm a person who has already broken away from vulgar interests. I don't have any evil thoughts in my heart. Really, I swear on my character." Qian Mo fell silent for a moment and said, "That's because our minds weren't clear at that time, and we didn't properly absorb the energy produced by the fusion of our bloodlines. As a result, a lot of the energy leaked along with your essence." Yi Xian asked, "How much did we waste?" Qian Mo thought for a moment and said, "At least 60%. 60%. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he shook his head and sighed. What a waste. Qian Mo fell silent. Actually, her bloodline was already showing signs of breaking through. If she absorbed all the energy earlier, it wouldn't be able to break through, but it would definitely change the shackles of her bloodline and improve further. If they did it a few more times, then they might even be able to use Yi Xian's crazy demon bloodline to break through completely. If that really happened, then she would be the first in the history of her family. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Qian Mo, why would our bloodlines be strengthened when we dual cultivate?" Qian Mo said indifferently, "Bloodline complements." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." Qianemo glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Qianemo, do you know about the Imperial clans and the Demon Dao clans? Qianemo said indifferently, Who doesn't know about them in the Dao world? Yi Xian asked, How does your family compare to them in the Dao world? Qianemo was expressionless and didn't say anything. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask, Qianemo suddenly said, They're gone. They disappeared from the Dao world many years ago. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Then why did Miss Qianemo come to the fifth dimension? Qianemo said coldly, What does it have to do with you? Yi Xian said with a smile, If I'm not wrong, Miss Qianemo came to escape. If your family loses power, it will definitely not be safe in the Dao world. If you escape, you might have a chance to revive your family, right? Qianemo sneered, Keep guessing. Yi Xian said, Do you want to fight your way back to the Dao world? Qianemo frowned slightly. Are you making fun of me? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Qianemo, you might not know, but the Dao world is my enemy now. Qianemo stared at Yi Xian. What did you do? Yi Xian said with a smile. Rumor has it that the Dao world has a mysterious book called the Dao Scripture. That thing is in my hands. Impossible. Qianmo's voice suddenly became louder. How could that mysterious book be in your hands? Yi Xian, did you dual cultivate too much? Is there something wrong with your brain? Yi Xian was speechless. Qianemo snorted coldly and didn't say anything. She seemed to realize that her words were inappropriate. Yi Xian said, Do you know Yi Qingji? Qianemo said in a deep voice, Don't tell me that he escaped here. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, he escaped here with a bookstore. And now, that bookstore is in my hands. Qianemo stared at Yi Xian. If what you said is true, I'm very curious. Why aren't you dead yet? Yi Xian pointed at the starry sky. Qianemo frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yi Xian said, There are people up there. Qianemo was speechless. Yi Xian continued, Miss Qianemo, I think you can use me. You can use my power to fight your way to the Dao world and revive your clan. Qianemo sneered and didn't say anything. Yi Xian said with a smile, Do you think the fifth dimension Tendo is considered a top-notch expert in the Dao world? Qianemo was silent. That woman was definitely a super expert in the Dao world. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one would be her match. Yi Xian said with a smile, To tell you the truth, it was her idea to attack the Dao world. She wants to conquer the Dao world. Qianmo's eyelids twitched. If it was only Yi Xian, then he would absolutely not have the ability to go against the Dao world. But if that abnormal fifth dimension Tendo was included, then there was still a chance. After a long time passed, Qianemo said in a low voice, What do you want me to do? Yi Xian said seriously, It's very simple. Miss Qianemo is at the self-release realm. If we fight in the future, you just have to help me resist a self-release realm expert. Of course, if you have any other experts in your family, you can call them over as well. We can join forces and work together. Qianemo suddenly said, Is that book really in your hands? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Qianemo hesitated for a moment and said, Can you let me have a look? Yi Xian said seriously, No. Qianemo glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything because she'd expected this. How could this man possibly let her see such a divine object? Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, I'll only let my own people see it. Own people? Qianemo stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You slept with me. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Miss Qianemo, I was forced. Qianemo sneered. You slept with me. That's an unchangeable fact. Yi Xian fell silent. Qianemo said coldly, What? Nothing to say? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Qianemo, to tell you the truth, I'm still unable to open that book, because Yi Qingji set up a restriction when he left it behind. I'm not strong enough to open it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the book and passed it to Qianemo. Qianemo didn't refuse. She took the book, and her expression gradually became extremely serious. In the beginning, she didn't really believe Yi Xian's words. But now she did. This book wasn't simple at all. Even though her strength had been sealed, she still had her knowledge. Qianemo looked at Yi Xian. How did you get this book? Yi Xian said, "The prophet gave it to me." Qianemo frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could he give this to you?" Yi Xian said, "He's dead." Qianemo looked at Yi Xian. "You killed him?" Yi Xian shook his head. "It's someone else. Anyway, the book is in my hands now." As he said that, he turned to look at Qianemo. The moment he turned around, the two of them had a very intimate contact. Qianemo frowned. "What are you doing?" She wanted to retreat, but there was no way out. She didn't have any cultivation now. Yi Xian said seriously, "Miss Qianemo, as I said before, you have two choices. One is to take revenge on me and Tendo, and the other is to stand on our side." Qianemo looked at Yi Xian. "If you want to talk, just talk. Why do you have to be so stubborn?" Yi Xian was speechless. "P.S. Vote. Is there anyone voting?" Chapter 12:16. Yi Xian felt slightly awkward. There were some places that he could not control. Qianemo looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. The atmosphere suddenly became slightly awkward. That was because a certain part of Yi Xian was abnormally firm. Qianmo's face suddenly turned red. The effect of the blue pill in her body had not completely disappeared. After all, her cultivation was sealed, and her resistance had decreased. Thus, when a certain part of Yi Xian's body was pressed against her, she could not help herself. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and took a deep breath. His blood was also boiling. "What's going on? Could it be that I'm addicted?" Yi Xian shook his head and suppressed the heat in his heart. One cannot be too beastly. The two of them did not speak along the way. Not long later, Yi Xian brought Qianemo to the pawn shop. The fifth dimension Tendo was in the pawn shop, and Xiaoyu was there as well. Qianemo glanced at the Tendo with a trace of fear in her eyes. Although she was at the self-release realm, she felt as weak as a chicken in front of this Tendo. She was really curious about the extent of the fifth dimension's heavenly Tao. Moon Yinyin glanced at Qianemo, then looked at Yi Xian. "You better think it through." Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Qianemo has already agreed to cooperate with me." Moon Yinyin gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. "You're really something." After she finished speaking, she pointed at Qianemo with her finger. In an instant, the seal on Qianmo's body disappeared. Qianemo glanced at Moon Yinyin and did not speak. Moon Yinyin looked at Yi Xian. "How do you feel after dual cultivating?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "The power of my bloodline has changed, but it is not that obvious." Moon Yinyin looked at Qianemo and smiled. "Then your bloodline should have had a huge breakthrough, right?" Qianemo did not say anything. Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Moon Yinyin smiled. "Because your bloodline is stronger than hers. When you dual cultivate, she is the one who takes, so she benefits more than you." Yi Xian blinked, and then he said, "Then wouldn't I suffer a huge loss?" Qianemo glanced at Yi Xian coldly. Her gaze could kill. Moon Yinyin laughed and said, "It's a bit of a loss. It should be said that the two of you are at a disadvantage, because when the two of you dual cultivated, you were messing around and didn't absorb all the energy after the dual cultivation. Otherwise, the benefits you obtained would be far more than this." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." At this time, Moon Yinyin suddenly pointed his finger, and two white lights entered the space between Qianemo and Yi Xian's eyebrows. Yi Xian was a little stunned. "This is..." Moon Yinyin smiled. "An ancient dual cultivation secret technique from a very long time ago. I think it's suitable for the two of you." Qianmo's expression immediately turned cold. She wanted to say something, but Moon Yinyin suddenly looked at her. "Don't act like you've gained something. If it wasn't for me, it would be a fool's dream for your bloodline to have a breakthrough." Qianemo looked at Moon Yinyin and didn't say anything. Moon Yinyin suddenly looked at Xiaoyu. "Stay here for this period of time. No one will come looking for trouble with you. I'm going out for a while." Xiaoyu hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Moon Yinyin smiled. "I'm just going to stroll around." After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian. "Help me take good care of her." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, "Where are you going?" Moon Yinyin shrugged. "I'm going to stroll around and do something on the way." "Do something?" Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. His intuition told him that this woman must be up to something bad again. Mu Ninian left as soon as he said he would, without the slightest hesitation. In the pawn shop, only Yi Xian and the other two were left. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Yu and smiled. Xiao Yu, are you going to stay here or play in my pagoda? There are many spirits in the pagoda. Xiao Yu blinked. Many spirits? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Xiao Yu said. Then I'll go to the pagoda. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. After he finished speaking, he directly brought Xiao Yu to the pagoda. With Big Sister and the others in the pagoda, Xiao Yu would have company inside, so it wouldn't be too boring. Yi Xian turned around and looked at Qian Mo, who was expressionless. I'll stay here. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, in the pawn shop, Qian Mo slowly closed her eyes. She was unwilling. She was indeed unwilling. After being sealed by the Tendo for so many years, who would be willing? But there was no other way. That woman was so strong that it made her despair. She was already at self-release, and thought that she would be able to fight against that woman. But she didn't expect that she would still be instantly killed. Thinking of this, Qian Mo couldn't help but want to curse. When did a Tendo become so abnormal? As if she thought of something, she suddenly looked in the direction that Yi Xian left in. The study room. Qian Mo's eyes gradually turned cold, but very quickly, the coldness in her eyes turned into helplessness. As soon as Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, Guanyin found him. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Elderly has already built that array, and wants you to try it. Fifth dimension array. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. So fast. Guanyin shook his head. There are still many problems that need to be solved. Now I want you to try it and see what problems will arise. Yi Xian's face darkened. I want me to try it. But what if I fail this step? Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Only you can resist the might of the array. Yi Xian nodded. Take me there. Guanyin nodded, and then he brought Yi Xian to a starry sky. At this moment, there were already thousands of people gathered in this starry sky, and all of them were array masters and spirit array masters. The person in the lead was elderly. When they saw Yi Xian, everyone present hurriedly bowed slightly. These people were very respectful towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at them, and then he cupped his fists. Everyone, you've worked hard. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. To them, this was a battle for survival. Of course, there was another meaning to all of them who were array masters. Just the thought of constructing an unprecedented and extraordinary array was enough to make their blood boil. Yi Xian gazed at elderly, and the latter turned around, set out. As soon as he finished speaking, the starry sky in an area of almost 50,000 kilometers suddenly trembled violently. In next to no time, the starlight in the surroundings instantly became illusory, and it didn't take long for an enormous starlight formation to appear beneath their feet. The starlight formation was like a disk that covered the entire starry sky. There were countless tiny golden talismans on the starlight formation, and they covered the starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky had become extremely strange. Elderly pointed at a golden disk in the distance. That's the core of the formation. Yi Xian nodded, and then he directly appeared on the golden disk. Bang! In an instant, the entire starry sky trembled violently. The starlight formation beneath Yi Xian's feet trembled, and the golden talismans started to revolve swiftly. In an instant, countless strands of energy surged out from within the talismans, and then they converged like a river towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed when he came into contact with this energy. What formidable energy! At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body trembled violently. This energy was external and didn't belong to him, so it was a huge blow to his body. Meanwhile, elderly hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, this energy doesn't belong to you. You have to take control of it and utilize it. Actually, he was most worried that Yi Xian's body wouldn't be able to endure this formidable energy. If that happened, then Yi Xian would be the first to die. But if Yi Xian was able to endure this energy, then Yi Xian would be able to utilize the formation to control this energy, and even control it. But the precondition was that Yi Xian was able to endure it. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed as he stood within the core of the formation. At this moment his body was slightly inflated. The energy was very, very strong. But fortunately, it wasn't strong to the point that he couldn't endure it. Yi Xian clenched his fists slowly. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with a formidable energy that could destroy the world. It wasn't his energy, but it was very strong. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly shouted angrily, "Come!" As soon as he finished speaking, a sea of stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. In next to no time, the energy of countless stars in the entire starry sky converged towards him. The star Dao La. His face instantly turned pale when the energy of the stars entered his body. Elder Li's expression changed drastically from afar, and he hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, stop quickly. Your body can't absorb too much energy right now." The formation masters present were burning with anxiety as well, because it was obvious that Yi Xian had absorbed too much energy, and his body couldn't endure it anymore. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment he felt like his body was slightly numb. Obviously, his body wouldn't be able to endure it for much longer. Right at this moment, the depths of the starry sky in the distance suddenly split open, and then two old men walked out from within it. When they appeared in this expanse of the starry sky and the surroundings trembled violently, as if it couldn't endure their strength. It was an extremely shocking sight. The self-release realm. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the two old men. Where did they come from? The two old men glanced at the surroundings, and then they gazed at Yi Xian's group. Both of them frowned when they saw the formidable energy that descended from above, and then they exchanged glances with each other with bewilderment in their eyes. Did these fellows know that we were coming? They'd been sent by the sect master and the immortal pavilion. They were the red-clothed sect master of the God King Palace, Li Mian, and the young pavilion master of the immortal pavilion, Mo Dao. Both of them were at the self-release realm. Their objective for coming here was very simple, and it was to find out if the scripture was in Yi Xian's possession. The two of them hadn't expected to encounter such a force as soon as they descended. Did the people of the fifth dimension know that they were coming? Below, Yi Xian looked at the two old men. He could sense that they were both at the self-release realm. Clearly, they were from the Dao world, or perhaps they were from that ancient temple. Li Mian looked at Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian?" Yi Xian looked at Li Mian. "From the Dao world?" Li Mian nodded. He looked at Yi Xian. "Do you have the scripture?" Yi Xian grinned. "You came at the right time." As soon as he finished speaking, the executing heaven sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he slashed towards the depths of the starry sky. Boom! In an instant, the power he'd gathered in his body burst forth like a dam, transforming into a ray of sword light that slashed towards the depths of the starry sky. This sword caused the world to lose color. Chapter 12:17. This attack could be said to be Yi Xian's strongest attack up until now. A single slash could obliterate the world. When Li Mian and Mo Tian witnessed this attack, their expressions instantly changed. Danger! That was what they felt at this moment. They didn't dare act carelessly. Li Mian took a step forward and slowly clenched his right fist. In an instant, the space around him transformed into a huge vortex, and a powerful force surged out incessantly from within the vortex. In the next moment, he smashed his fist downwards. In an instant, the space where his fist struck was instantly obliterated, and then a black fist swept down along with the vortex. At the instant that Li Mian attacked, Mo Dao suddenly took a step forward. As soon as this step descended, the entire starry sky trembled violently. After that, he slapped his palm forward, and an enormous palm that was over 3 kilometers long swept down from the starry sky. As soon as this palm appeared, the entire starry sky became illusory. It was the full force attack of two self-release realm experts. Obviously, they hadn't underestimated Yi Xian's attack. After living to this point in their lives, they were very clearly aware that they couldn't underestimate anyone, especially Yi Xian, because he was related to Yi Qingji. In the starry sky, Yi Xian's attack slashed directly against the fist. Bang! The fist trembled violently before exploding apart, and a powerful wave of energy shook the starry sky. It was like a huge explosion had occurred, causing the starry sky to tremble. The sword energy hadn't dispersed, and it continued forward and slashed towards the enormous palm. Everyone watched as the sword energy struck the palm. The palm trembled violently, and then it became illusory. After a moment of silence, the palm transformed into nothingness. The sword energy hadn't dispersed, and it continued forward and slashed towards Li Mian and Mo Tian. Li Mian and Mo Tian's expressions instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. The strength of this attack had slightly exceeded their expectations. They exchanged glances, and then they suddenly became illusory. In the blink of an eye, two powerful forces capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth swept down from the starry sky. They were going head-on against each other. In next to no time, the two forces smashed against Yi Xian's sword energy. Boom! An expanse of sword light shattered, and countless strands of sword energy swept through the starry sky. At this moment, the starry sky was shattered by the remnant strands of sword energy, and Li Mian and Mo Dao were pushed back nearly 100,000 feet. When they stopped, their bodies were covered in sword wounds, and their bodies were in pieces. Seeing this scene, both of them were slightly stunned. In that instant, the two of them had almost been killed by that sword chi. Down below, Yi Xian held his sword and looked at Li Mian and the other man. Li Mian and the other man gave Yi Xian a deep look before turning around and leaving. The two of them did not choose to continue fighting, because they were not confident that they could withstand a second strike from Yi Xian. Down below, Yi Xian didn't attack again, because if that kind of expert wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and looked at Old Man Li and the others not far away. The power of the formation isn't enough. Continue to strengthen it. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished into the distance. Not enough power. Old Man Li and the others glanced at each other. Almost killing two self-release realm experts isn't enough? Meanwhile, Guanyin suddenly said, the Dao world doesn't just have two self-release realm experts. Besides that, we still have the fifth dimension tribulation to face. As she spoke, she glanced at the others and said, continue to strengthen the formation according to what he said. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. All the formation masters exchanged glances and smiled bitterly without end. They'd thought that the formation was sufficiently terrifying, but they hadn't expected that it would still be insufficient to the extent that Yi Xian was satisfied with. It wasn't strong enough. After a short moment of silence, Old Man Li suddenly said, everyone, if you have any thoughts, then feel free to voice them. Meanwhile, a formation master spoke in a low voice. If we want to strengthen the formation, then we need manpower. We need to gather the top-rate experts of our fifth dimension here, and rely on their strength. The others here frowned when they heard this. It was not difficult to gather all the strong people here. What was difficult was whether Yi Xian could withstand such a strong force, if that was the case. It wasn't just Yi Xian. Whether the formation would be able to endure it was a huge problem as well. It didn't take long for all the formation masters here to start discussing. Yi Xian returned to the Alliance Hall, with Guanyin by his side. Guanyin glanced at Yi Xian and said, this matter can't be rushed. From a certain point of view, you were able to heavily injure two self-release realm experts with a single strike of your sword. This formation has already succeeded. Yi Xian nodded. I know. However, it's far from enough. As he spoke, he looked up into the starry sky and said, our enemies aren't just the fifth dimension tribulation. There are those above the starry sky as well. Guanyin nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin and said, how has the overall strength of the fifth dimension improved recently? Guanyin said, it's been very good. We have 28 half-step self-release realm experts now. Arrow, the one-legged woman from the Endless City, and the variant beast scripture have just broken through. It won't be long before Demon Yen and God Emperor will be at self-release realm as well. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, Miss and Lanxiu in the Academy's Zhang Wenxiu have extremely good natural talent. However, it isn't suitable for them to charge into the half-step self-release realm right now. Our people are helping them stabilize their foundations. Once the time is ripe, it won't be difficult for them to attain self-release realm. Yixian nodded. Focus on fostering those with extremely good natural talent. Of course, those whose natural talent isn't that good. But so long as they work hard, we'll still foster them. Guanyin nodded. I understand. Natural talent wasn't the only standard for success. Sometimes hard work was even more important than natural talent. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly said, a group of people came to us in hopes that we can provide them with cultivation resources. However, I still want your confirmation. Yixian looked at Guanyin. Who? Guanyin said, Tai Yi and the others. Tai Yi and the others. Yixian frowned when he heard this. Guanyin looked at Yixian and waited for Yixian's reply. Yixian shook his head. Let them leave. Guanyin wanted to say something but hesitated. Yixian smiled and said, if we can't go through thick and thin together, how can we go through thick and thin together? Guanyin nodded. I understand. Yixian said, we need to let the people of the world understand that we aren't fools. If we can go through thick and thin together, we have to go through thick and thin together as well. Guanyin glanced at Yixian. I'll make the arrangements. Yixian suddenly said, how are Amu and Qian doing? Guanyin said solemnly, both of them are trying to break through to the origin returning realm. Yixian was stunned. That fast? Guanyin smiled and said, it's all thanks to Xiaolinger. The elixirs she refined are truly heaven-defying. Xiaolinger. Yixian shook his head and smiled. That little fellow was very useful. As if thinking of something, Yixian said, oh right. The sword sect. Guanyin said solemnly. They are the ones we focus on nurturing. All the top-notch resources will be provided to them first. They will be prioritized over everyone else. Yixian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin said, they are the best fighters here. If they can break through, they will be the sharp sword of the 5th dimension, a sword that can pierce through the 6th dimension and the Dao realm. Yixian smiled and said, 6th dimension? The Dao realm? At this moment, he suddenly realized that Guanyin's ambition was not small. Guanyin glanced at Yixian and said, you don't have this plan? Yixian smiled and said, forget about the 6th dimension. However, I feel that we can still do something for the Dao realm. Guanyin said solemnly, the 6th dimension is helping us now because... Yixian suddenly said, no matter what, if they don't betray me, Yixian, I, Yixian, will not betray them. Just like the 5th dimension, if you don't betray me, Yixian, I, Yixian, will not betray you. Do you understand? Guanyin looked at Yixian and did not speak. Yixian suddenly said, you can have ambition, but you cannot be ungrateful. After saying that, he turned and left. Guanyin was silent for a moment and shook her head. She hoped that Yixian's ambition would be greater and more ruthless. However, she did not want Yixian's ambition to be too great and too ruthless. Because she was afraid that when Yixian became ruthless, he would even kill his own people. If that was the case, the spirit tribe would not have a good ending in the future. An unscrupulous and ambitious person would sacrifice everything, including his loved ones, when necessary. However, Yixian was different. He would never sacrifice the people around him for any benefits. Thinking of this, Guanyin sighed softly and said, a kind person. After saying that, she turned and left. In this kind of world, not doing evil was already a great kindness. After Yixian left, he came to a starry sky where a woman had been waiting for a long time. It was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi looked at Yixian, and without any nonsense, she stabbed with her sword. One sword, one thought. Seeing this, Yixian shook his head. What was a monster? This Xiaoqi was the real monster. He had only demonstrated the sword cognition to her, and she had already learned it. This talent was like cheating. Yixian did not dare to be careless, and he stabbed with his sword as well. Both of them used sword cognition. The moment the two swords touched, boom! Xiaoqi instantly retreated hundreds of feet. Yixian and Xiaoqi were stunned. Yi Xian did not expect that the power of his sword was so much stronger than Xiao Qi's. Xiao Qi was also surprised. Why is your sword so strong? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Because his sword Dao Faith is stronger than yours. Xiao Qi and Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, two women were walking over. It was Ajiu and Situ. Ajiu looked at Yi Xian. Your sword Dao Faith is stronger than hers, so the power of your sword is above hers. Xiao Qi suddenly looked at Yi Xian. What's your sword Dao Faith? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Protect the fifth dimension. Protect the fifth dimension. All of them fell silent when they heard this. Meanwhile, Ajiu suddenly said, If you're sincere, then the entire fifth dimension will be the foundation of your sword Dao Faith. Your sword cognition will be based on the entire universe. Very few people can surpass you in sword cognition. Even I can't. Yi Xian looked at Ajiu. Senior sister Ajiu, what's your sword Dao Faith? Ajiu spoke indifferently. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly the space before Yi Xian trembled. In next to no time, he frowned, and a trace of ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes. A short moment later, he suddenly said, Send the order. The Dao scripture is in my hands. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. P.S. I was chatting with a reader yesterday, and he actually recommended some embarrassing websites to me. Oh my God, I really have to give it to you. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Chapter 12:18. Jiu and the rest had not expected Yi Xian to suddenly do this. Everyone was still guessing that the Dao scripture was in his hands. If he announced it, things would become very troublesome. Xiao Qi said solemnly. But what happened? Yi Xian nodded. The Dao world is starting to target Xiao Dao. As he spoke, he looked up at the starry sky. I need to attract some of their firepower. Dao world. Countless people were searching for the plain-dressed woman. But there was no news of her whereabouts, or the emperor race's patriarch. Thus, some people began to target the demonic families. After all, the demonic families were at their weakest. Although the demonic families were weak, they still possessed immense wealth. This was wealth that no faction could refuse. The current situation of the demonic families was very bad. Within the demonic families, Xiao Dao and an old man sat opposite each other. The old man was the sect master of the Bloodshed God Palace, second only to the sect master. The sect master looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, if the demonic families are willing to submit to the Bloodshed God Palace, the old man can guarantee that the demonic families will exist forever. Very direct. Clearly, the Bloodshed God Palace wanted to devour the demonic families. Xiao Dao fell silent. The current demonic families did not have the right to refuse. They did not even have the chance to delay. If they refused, even if the Bloodshed God Palace did not openly attack the demonic families, they could still play them to death in secret. A demonic family with only one self-release realm cultivator was truly weak. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. The demonic families had really played themselves to death this time. Why did they provoke the plain-dress woman for no reason? The head sect master was just about to speak when she suddenly frowned. It didn't take long for her to stand up, turn around, and vanish into the horizon. Seeing this, Xiao Dao and Emozhong were stunned. Xiao Dao looked at Emozhong. What happened? Emozhong shook his head. I don't know. I'll go investigate. With that he turned and left. Moments later, Emozhong returned to the hall and said in a deep voice, There's news from the lower realm that the scripture is in the young master's hands. Xiao Dao frowned. Who did it? Devil Ancestor said. News from the fifth dimension. Now this news has spread throughout the Dao world. Xiao Dao fell silent for a moment, and then she walked to the entrance of the hall. She looked towards the horizon and said softly, It's him. Emozhong was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Dao said solemnly, He must have known about our situation. So he released the news to attract our firepower. Emozhong frowned. How could he know about our situation? Xiao Dao looked at Emozhong. 6 dimensions. Upon hearing this, Emozhong understood. The sixth-dimensional gang's Yixian was no longer a secret. Mo Zhong said in a deep voice, "Son-in-law did this." Then, he looked at Xiao Dao. "I can see that the young master cares about the young lady a lot." The young lady did not misjudge him. Xiao Dao was speechless. Mo Zhong said again, "But if he does this, he will become dangerous." Xiao Dao nodded. "Very dangerous. Now the eyes of the entire Dao world will fall on him." Then there was a trace of complexity in her eyes. "He really is a fool." The Dao scripture was in the fifth dimension. This news quickly spread throughout the Dao world like a plague. At this moment, those who were looking for the plain-dressed woman started to change their target. The fifth dimension. But soon, they had a headache because they could not go down. Not everyone could go down to the fifth dimension. Above the clouds, the Pope and the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Pavilion, Jiangyu. In front of them were Li Mian and Mo Dao, who had just come up from the fifth dimension. The Pope said softly, "He knows that you two want to go down?" Li Mian said in a deep voice, "Yes." As soon as we reached the fifth dimension, Yi Xian was waiting for us there. Then, he used an array to injure us. The Pope asked, "Do you know what array it is?" Li Mian shook his head. "I don't know." The Pope nodded. As expected of Yi Qingji, the most outstanding person in the Dao world, Jiangyu suddenly said, "He knows that you two want to go down. Could it be the sixth dimension's doing?" The sixth dimension. In fact, they also knew that the sixth dimension was helping Yi Xian. But regarding this matter, they did not have a good solution. They could not declare war on the sixth dimension, right? The sixth dimension was not as easy to bully as the fifth dimension. At this moment, the Pope suddenly said, "Whether it is the sixth dimension or not, from this matter, it can be seen that Yi Xian is already on guard against our Dao world. In other words, the Dao scripture is most likely on him, and that plain-dressed woman only read the Dao scripture." Jiangyu nodded. "That is reasonable. But I am a bit worried about that plain-dressed woman and Di Linyuan. If that plain-dressed woman is still alive, who knows to what extent she will grow after reading the Dao scripture. If Di Linyuan is still alive, it proves that plain-dressed woman has already fallen. Then, Di Linyuan will definitely obtain the secret of the Dao scripture from her." The Pope suddenly said, "So, we must quickly obtain the Dao scripture from Yi Xian, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the sixth dimension." Jiangyu slightly frowned. "You want me to go down personally?" It could be said that in the Dao world, only self-release realm experts could go to the fifth dimension. This was because passing through the barrier between two universes was extremely difficult. The Pope suddenly said, "Think about it. If Di Linyuan finds the plain-dressed woman, what will the outcome be?" Jiangyu slightly narrowed his eyes. "Both sides will suffer." The Pope nodded. "The plain-dressed woman is heavily injured. If Di Linyuan finds her, the two of them will definitely fight. With their strength, no matter who wins, the other side will definitely be heavily injured. My guess is that the plain-dressed woman, or Di Linyuan, is currently resting and healing somewhere." To the side, Li Mian suddenly said, "Why not give up on these two and directly find Yi Xian?" Mo Dao shook his head. "No matter which one of them is alive, they will be a threat to us. The Dao scripture is in Yi Xian's hands. Although Yi Xian is powerful now, his threat to us will come in the future. As for this plain-dressed woman and Di Linyuan, they are both at the self-release realm. Either one of them will be a threat to us." Li Mian slightly nodded. Although Yi Xian has the Dao scripture, the current Yi Xian could not threaten the Dao world. As for the plain-dressed woman and Di Linyuan, they were both at the self-release realm. If one of them advanced further, at this time, the Pope suddenly said, "We will split into two groups. Brother Jiang and I will find the plain-dressed woman and Di Linyuan. Our people will go to the fifth dimension." Jiangyu solemnly said, "That Yi Xian does not seem to be as weak as we think." The Pope looked at Jiangyu. "Then send more people. My God Palace will send 3 self-release realm experts. Your Immortal Pavilion will also send 3 self-release realm experts. Moreover, let them bring the divine item down. 6 self-release realm experts." One had to say that this lineup did not underestimate Yi Xian at all. At the side, Li Mian suddenly said, I feel that Yi Xian is not so simple. Everyone looked at Li Mian. Li Mian solemnly said, although he relied on arrays to injure us, his sword is very strong. I feel that this person is also a great threat. Why don't we directly kill him? In any case, the book house is in his hands. Not only can we get rid of future troubles, we can also obtain the book house. The Pope asked, 6 self-release realm experts are not enough? Li Mian shook his head. However, if Cult Master and Pavilion Master Jiang personally go down, then we will have 100% confidence. The Pope shook his head. I know your worries, but have you thought about what if the Tao scripture is not with Yi Xian, but with that plain-dressed woman? Li Mian was silent. In truth, in the hearts of the Pope and Jiang Yu, they felt that the Tao scripture was with the plain-dressed woman, and not with Yi Xian. How could a self-release realm expert let go of the Tao scripture? The two of them wanted to find the plain-dressed woman, or Di Lin Yuan. Of course, the Tao scripture could also be in Yi Xian's hands. In their opinion, a 6th dimension self-release realm expert was enough to sweep through the entire 5th dimension. It had to be known that the current 5th dimension did not even have a single self-release realm expert. At this time, Jiang Yu suddenly said, although the 5th dimension does not have any self-release realm experts, Yi Xian is not simple. Moreover, the 6th dimension is helping him. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment before he said, Pope, why don't we do this? Let them take your God King Palace's divine ruler, and my immortal pavilion's bell of the immortal Tao. 2 supreme divine treasures and 6 self-release realm experts would be sufficient to deal with any expert. The Pope thought about it, and then nodded. All right. 6 self-release realm experts and 2 supreme divine objects. Let alone a single Yi Xian. Even the 2 of them could not defeat them. They were also at the self-release realm. Of course, they were slightly stronger, but one could not defeat 5 or 6. That would be too exaggerated. And Yi Xian was only at the shattering void tier. Even with that whatever formation of the 5th dimension, he could not defeat 6 self-release realm elites. Moreover, there were also 2 supreme divine objects. Li Mian did not say anything else. Although he also felt that Yi Xian was not simple, this lineup was enough to sweep through most forces in the Tao world, let alone in the 5th dimension. At this time the Pope suddenly said, is there any movement in Tao Village? Tao Village, another super force of the Tao world, and also the most mysterious force. Jiang Yu shook his head. Until now, there has been no movement. Hearing this, the Pope frowned deeply. With the appearance of the Tao scripture, it was impossible for Tao Village to remain indifferent. Regarding this Tao Village, he had to be on guard. He did not want to be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. At this time, Jiang Yu suddenly said, let's deal with this Yi Xian first. If the Tao scripture is really in his hands, then it will save us trouble. If it is not in his hands, then it is also fine. We can deal with him in passing and remove a disaster. The Pope nodded. Yi Xian was related to Yi Qingji, and they had also participated in the Yi clan's massacre. Thus to them, whether the Tao scripture was in Yi Xian's hands or not, Yi Xian must die. Jiang Yu suddenly said, there is no time to lose. Let our people act as soon as possible. The Pope nodded. Very soon, the 6 super self-release tier elites of the Tao world left the Tao world. Chapter 12:19. The 5-dimensional universe. Yi Xian came to the land of immortality. The old blacksmith was still forging. He was about to leave when a voice came from the thatched hut. 2 hours is enough. 2 hours. Yi Xian nodded slightly. In fact, he was very much looking forward to it. This was because during this period of time, Guan Yin had sent him countless heavenly treasures and various forging materials. Some of them were even sent from the 6th dimension. It could be said that if this old blacksmith was successful, then this human king's shield would be unprecedentedly powerful. He was still very confident in the old blacksmith. At this time, the voice of the 9th floor suddenly sounded. Kid, can you give me some of the pills that you asked Xiaolinger to refine? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Senior, what do you want pills for? The 9th floor said angrily. Of course it's to eat. Yi Xian was a little stunned. You also eat pills? The ninth floor said. I also want to cultivate, okay? Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. The ninth floor said. Kid, in your heart, am I very, very powerful? Yi Xian quickly nodded. Yes, in my heart, Senior belongs to the Tendo level. He was not lying. In his heart, the ninth floor should be very powerful. This was a man who had once fought with the Prophet. The ninth floor sighed. I underestimated the speed of your growth. Your growth is too fast. Your enemies are also getting stronger and stronger. Now your enemies are all self-release realm. I think it won't be long before your enemies become above self-release realm. Kid, haven't you noticed? There are more and more people around you who can't keep up with your footsteps. Yi Xian was silent. Now, besides Enlancio and a few others, no one else could keep up with his footsteps. The ninth floor said again. It's too dangerous to follow you. I'm already feeling the pressure. I'm afraid that one day I'll be killed in an instant. Yi Xian, the ninth floor said. I only have 2 requests. If there are any cultivation resources, give me some. When the time comes, let me have a look at the Tao scripture. Other than that, I have no other requests. Tao scriptures. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, your real goal is this Tao scripture, right? The ninth replied, yes. Yi Xian nodded. If there are any Taoist scriptures in the study, I will definitely lend them to you. The person on the ninth floor said, how refreshing. Yi Xian smiled and said, speaking of which, Senior, what is your true identity? He was very curious about the ninth floor. I don't have much of a background, the man replied. I'm just a rogue cultivator. However, I like to go on adventures and have had a lot of good fortune in the past. At that time, it was quite an achievement. However, after following you for this period of time, I realized that I'm very insignificant. Yi Xian said, are you talking about the woman in the plain dress? The ninth floor said softly, not only her but also this Tendo. To tell you the truth, I used to look down on Tendo as well, thinking that Tendo wasn't all that great. Perhaps it's because of the bad habits of cultivators. Once you reach a certain level, you'll think that you're higher than the heavens. But it's good that I'm not like some people who try to defy the heavens. If I did, I would have ended up worse. This woman is 100 times scarier than the Prophet. Fifth dimension Tendo. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It was obvious that the ninth floor was afraid of this Mu Ninian. But that was to be expected. This woman wasn't just good at fighting, she was also good at scheming. How terrifying. The ninth floor continued. Kid, you really should be thankful that this woman has no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, other than the woman in the plain dress, no one would be able to protect you. That's not right. If she had any ill intentions towards you, she would have killed her before she left. Just kill her. Yi Xian asked, Senior, can you sense how strong the Tendo is? The ninth floor said, I can't. I can't sense any of this woman's aura. If she doesn't make a move, I'll think she's just an ordinary person. Yi Xian was silent. He had always been curious about Mu Ninian's strength. But that woman would always say, she can't defeat the woman in the plain dress, the ninth floor said. Actually, compared to her strength, I'm more interested in her goal. Goal, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Her purpose is to protect this universe. The ninth floor said, maybe. Yi Xian frowned. Senior, do you think that's not her only goal? In any case, I think that if she wants to protect this universe, it's simple. She can just send you away, you scourge, and leave the people in this universe to fend for themselves. 10,000 years later, this universe will slowly recover its spiritual energy. But now she didn't do that. Not only that, she's helping you. Helping you is equivalent to helping the living beings of this universe. It's a bit contradictory. Yi Xian nodded. I've thought about that too. The ninth floor asked. Do you have an answer? Yi Xian said softly. She told me before. She said that if there's no life in this universe, wouldn't this universe be very lonely? The ninth floor was silent. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. No matter what, we can only take one step at a time. The ninth floor said. It's a good thing that she doesn't have any evil intentions towards you. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the wooden house in the distance suddenly opened, and the old blacksmith walked out. In the old blacksmith's hand was a black round shield. Yi Xian hurried over. "Senior." The old blacksmith's face was a bit pale. Obviously, forging this had taken a lot of his energy. The old blacksmith handed the shield to Yi Xian. "For you." Yi Xian took the shield. It was very light in his hand. The entire shield was very simple and didn't have any patterns at all. It was like a piece of scrap metal. Yi Xian looked at the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith suddenly tapped the shield with his fingers. The shield shook violently, and then a black light entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. Boom! Yi Xian's body shook violently. Soon, a small black shield mark appeared between his brows. The old blacksmith said, "This shield can block at least 80% of the power of a self-release realm expert." Yi Xian blinked. "Not 100%. The old blacksmith glared at Yi Xian. "Do you think that self-release realm experts are trash? 100% power. Aren't you thinking too much?" Yi Xian smiled. "That's right, if this thing could block the power of a self-release realm expert, then it would be too monstrous. It could be said that with his physical body and this shield, it was impossible for an ordinary self-release realm expert to kill him. And now, the fifth dimension had Qianemo, Audiobook and the others. Adding on the array, it could be said that the fifth dimension had the ability to resist self-release realm experts. It had the power to fight against the Tao world." The old blacksmith suddenly said, "There are strong and weak self-release realm experts, and you can't underestimate them. Don't underestimate them just because you have a strong physical body, and this item. They can reach the self-release realm, so they are definitely not ordinary people. In any case, be careful." Yi Xian nodded. He naturally didn't dare to underestimate self-release realm experts. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at the old blacksmith. "Senior, do you know about the Tao world?" The old blacksmith shook his head. "I don't." With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at the old blacksmith. He had to say that this old man was quite mysterious. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian bowed slightly to the cabin, and then turned around to leave. After Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, he went into seclusion. He fused with the Black Shield. He didn't change its name, and the shield was still called Human King Shield. What he needed to do now was to perfectly fuse with the Human King Shield, to the point where they were in perfect harmony. Fortunately, this Human King Shield had been with him before, so the fusion went smoothly. While Yi Xian was in seclusion, the fifth dimensional universe was also rapidly developing. This was especially so for old Li and the others. Thousands of array masters were frantically researching day and night. They only had one goal, and that was to make the fifth dimensional array even more powerful. Xiaoling was still refining pills. She didn't feel tired at all, and instead, she felt that it was fun. This was because she had tens of thousands of alchemists by her side, and these alchemists all listened to her. She was the leader of the alchemists. It was also because of her that the overall strength of the fifth dimension improved so quickly. Sword Sect. The Sword Sect was the focus of nurturing, and it could be said that the entire Sword Sect improved the fastest. Among them, senior sister Lu had already reached half-step self-separation, and not only that, the swordsman in the Sword Sect had basically reached the Shattering Void tier. In addition, the Sword Sect had also absorbed countless talented swordsmen in the fifth dimension. After absorbing these swordsmen, the number of people in the Sword Sect also slowly increased. It was worth mentioning that the nurturing of the Sword Sect was carried out in secret. Thus, in the fifth dimension, apart from Guan Yin and a few others, no one knew the overall strength of the Sword Sect. In Guan Yin's words, the Sword Sect was a super trump card of the fifth dimension. Guan Yin had really invested a lot in the Sword Sect. Because she had fought with the Sword Sect, she had a very clear understanding of these swordsmen. These swordsmen's battle prowess was top-notch, and their talent was also top-notch. If they improved, then their battle prowess would definitely be very terrifying. It could be said that the Sword Sect was the only super force in the fifth dimension that was not weak even in the Tao realm. Thus, Guan Yin gave the majority of the resources to the Sword Sect. In addition, She also let the craftsman forge all kinds of top-notch treasured swords for the swordsmen of the sword sect. Now, the equipment of the sword sect had also undergone an earth-shattering change. It should be said that the entire fifth dimension had undergone an earth-shattering change. In front of Yi Xian's room, Guanyin stood quietly. In fact, she knew that whether the fifth dimension could withstand it all depended on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was now the core. If the fifth dimension did not have Yi Xian, this alliance would instantly fall apart because no one dared to take the lead. Resist the Dao realm? Resist the fifth dimension calamity? In the current fifth dimension, who had this ability? Thus, Yi Xian's strength could determine the fate of the fifth dimension. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared beside Guanyin. It was Qianmo. Qianmo looked at Yi Xian's room. What is he doing? Guanyin said, cultivating. Qianmo looked at Yi Xian's room and did not say anything. Guanyin looked at Qianmo Sr. Do you have something to discuss with him? Qianmo was silent. Her bloodline was showing signs of breaking through, but it was still lacking a little bit. And that little bit, she could not grasp it no matter what. If she did not waste the energy during their dual cultivation, it was really too wasteful. If she could do it again, she would definitely not be so wasteful. P.S. Are there any less serious jobs? Introduce them to me. I want to write while working. Chapter 12:20. Bloodline. Qianmo knew that this was a great opportunity for her. If her bloodline could break through, her strength would undergo a qualitative change. Although she was already in the self-release tier, self-release tiers were also divided into strong and weak. Strictly speaking, the self-release tier was divided into lower tier, middle tier, and upper tier. And now, she could barely be considered lower tier. Thus, she came to find Yi Xian this time, wanting to break through her bloodline. Guanyin glanced at Qianmo, but did not speak. About 4 hours later, Yi Xian walked out of the room. When he saw Guanyin and Qianmo, Yi Xian paused slightly then smiled and said, You were waiting for me? Guanyin nodded. She walked in front of Yi Xian. I came to remind you that you have to at least break through to the return to origin shattering tier. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. He naturally understood that his greatest problem now was actually his cultivation level. His cultivation level was too low. If he could reach the return to origin shattering tier and half-step self-release tier, he could even kill ordinary self-release tier elites. However, he had just broken through to the shattering void tier, and it was really not suitable for him to continue breaking through to the return to origin shattering tier in a short period of time. Guanyin nodded slightly. She hesitated then said, There is one more thing that you should know, Your Majesty Dao Yi. Yi Xian asked, What is it? Guanyin said gravely, The cultivation resources can at most last for half a month. Half a month? Yi Xian frowned slightly. That's it. Guanyin nodded. In this period of time, my spirit of dark, the Holy Church, and the ancient race have taken out almost all of our resources. And now, we can't hold on much longer. Yi Xian asked, Do you have any other ideas? Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. There is no better way. Yi Xian was silent. He had almost forgotten something. In this period of time, the reason why the fifth dimension could improve comprehensively, and countless people experienced earth-shattering changes, was because of the contribution of resources from the spirit of dark and other races. And now, the spirit of dark and other races could no longer hold on. Resources. Yi Xian frowned. Guanyin suddenly said, We can still hold on for half a month. Think of something. With that, she turned around and left. She was really helpless when it came to resources. He couldn't plunder the sixth dimension, right? Although the current fifth dimension was already powerful enough, starting a war with the sixth dimension was akin to digging one's own grave. Once the sixth dimension and the Dao world joined hands, the fifth dimension would have no chance of winning. After Guanyin left, Yi Xian looked at Qianmo and asked with a smile, Miss Qianmo, is something the matter? Qianmo looked at Yi Xian. My bloodline is about to break through. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback before he smiled and said, That's a good thing. Qianmo stared at Yi Xian. Just a little bit more. Yi Xian asked. Do you need my help? Qianemo looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss Qianemo, if you need any help, you can tell me. I, Yi Xian, will do my best. Qianemo was silent for a long time before she said, I need your bloodline power to help. Yi Xian was stunned before he softly said, double. Qianemo suddenly looked at Yi Xian. In the next moment, she and Yi Xian disappeared. Soon the two of them appeared in a void. This was a sealed space. When they appeared in this sealed space, Qianemo pointed at Yi Xian's chest and took out the World Prism Pagoda from Yi Xian's body. Of course, this was with Yi Xian's cooperation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to control the World Prism Pagoda. After closing the World Prism Pagoda, Qianemo looked at Yi Xian and said, It's just cultivation. After she finished speaking, her and Yi Xian's clothes instantly turned to ashes soon. The two of them intertwined. There was only one thought in Yi Xian's mind. I've been raped. I can't resist. I can't do anything. When the two of them fused again, the blood in their bodies started to boil again. The two bloodlines intertwined. Of course, the one who benefited the most was Qianemo. This was because Yi Xian's bloodline power was stronger than hers. Her bloodline could borrow Yi Xian's bloodline power to break through. Just like that, time slowly passed. During this time, the two of them didn't just enjoy themselves like the first time. Instead, they used the dual cultivation technique that Tendo gave them. This time, the two of them didn't want to waste it. Gradually, rays of blood-red light appeared around the two of them. This blood-red light wrapped around the two of them and was slowly absorbed by them. Their auras also became stronger and stronger, especially Qianemo. Her aura was growing at a visible rate. About 4 hours later, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Qianmo's body. This powerful aura directly pushed Yi Xian dozens of feet away. Yi Xian looked at Qianmo in the distance. Qianmo's eyes were slowly closed. In her body, countless blood vessels bulged. He could clearly see the blood flowing quickly in her blood vessels. Her bloodline was about to break through. Yi Xian looked at himself. His aura had also become much stronger. However, it was still far from Qianmo's. Yi Xian shook his head. He was just a free tool. At this moment, Qianmo's body gradually calmed down. She opened her eyes. Yi Xian walked in front of Qianmo. How is it? Qianmo slowly clenched her right hand. A powerful force quickly gathered in her right arm. Seeing this scene, the corners of Qianmo's mouth slightly rose. She was now at least at the Release One realm. In addition, her bloodline power had already broken through the shackles of her bloodline. It could be said that she was at the peak of the Release One realm. Qianmo looked at Yi Xian. You didn't break through? Yi Xian shook his head. I just feel that my cultivation has become a bit stronger. However, I didn't break through. Qianmo frowned. After a moment she said in a low voice, Your bloodline is too strong. She had to say that she was somewhat shocked. Her mortal bloodline could be said to be the strongest bloodline. Even the Demonic Path family's Demonic Path bloodline and the Emperor bloodline of the Emperor clans couldn't compare. However, from the looks of it, Yi Xian's bloodline was even stronger than hers. What kind of bloodline was this? Qianmo looked at Yi Xian, as if she was looking at a monster. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for my bloodline to break through. Qianmo nodded. Indeed. Yi Xian took out a robe and put it on Qianmo. Qianmo looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. She just let Yi Xian put on the robe for her. Yi Xian didn't do anything while helping Qianmo put on the robe. He looked at Qianmo and said, Miss Qianmo, no matter what, congratulations. Qianmo nodded and turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and said, It's just for cultivation. After saying that, she disappeared into the end of the starry sky. Cultivation. Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. At that moment, Qianmo suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was stunned. Miss Qianmo? Qianmo suddenly grabbed his shoulder. A moment later, the two of them appeared on a snowy mountain. This was the place where Qianmo had been sealed in the past. Qianmo pointed at the ice palace in the depths of the mountain. There are many financial resources that I brought from the Dao world in there. A lot. After saying that, she disappeared. In the same place, Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he went to the ice palace. Soon he found a treasury. When he saw the treasures inside, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. There was an extraordinary amount of treasures. In fact, there was something that Qian Mo didn't say. Not only did she bring the treasures from the Tao world, but there were also treasures that she had robbed in the fifth dimension. However, this wasn't important to her now. To her, how to break through was the most important thing. Although she had lost her freedom while Tendo had sealed her, it was also this opportunity that allowed her to break through to the self-release realm. This made her understand that strength was the king. Everything else was useless. Yi Xian scanned the entire treasury. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he stored all the treasures in the prison pagoda. With these resources, he could temporarily solve the resource problem of the fifth dimension. Yi Xian turned and left. After returning to the Wu clan, Yi Xian handed all the financial resources of the treasury to Guan Yin. Guan Yin glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't ask anything. Although she didn't ask, she was still a little shocked. In such a short time, where did Yi Xian get all these treasures? After Yi Xian gave the treasures to Guan Yin, he left. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the Worldwide Academy. At this time, the academy was also gradually expanding. The elites that had left the academy had basically all returned. It was worth mentioning that teacher had also reached the Shattering Void tier. Moreover, her battle prowess could completely crush ordinary Return to Origin Shattering tier elites. Of course, this time, he didn't come to find teacher. Instead, he came to find Zhang Wenxiu. In a courtyard, Yi Xian and Zhang Wenxiu sat opposite each other. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Wenxiu, smiled, and said, "It feels like we haven't seen each other for many years." Zhang Wenxiu said calmly, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Have you become more glib?" Yi Xian smiled, then said seriously, "Wenxiu, I want to tell you something about your teacher." In the end, he still chose to tell Zhang Wenxiu and teacher about the relationship between him and the prophet. He didn't want to lie to Zhang Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian was about to speak when Zhang Wenxiu suddenly said, "No need to say anything." Yi Xian looked at Zhang Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu said softly, "You are you, teacher is teacher. I respect teacher like a father, but for you." Yi Xian smiled. "It's love." Zhang Wenxiu shook his head. "You've become more thick-skinned." Yi Xian was speechless. Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian. "To be honest, I'm already very happy that you came to talk to me. And one more thing, I'm with you not because I think you're teacher." Yi Xian smiled. "I know that." Zhang Wenxiu nodded. "Don't tell teacher. She cares about teacher very much, but teacher is already in the past. Moreover, she now believes that you are teacher. In fact, it's nothing. You've received teacher's inheritance, so it's understandable that you bear his karma." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It had to be said that there were good and bad karma of the prophet. Zhang Wenxiu was about to speak, but at this moment, she and Yi Xian suddenly looked up at the same time. In the depths of the starry sky, 6 powerful auras suddenly appeared. Following the appearance of these 6 powerful auras, the starry sky immediately boiled up. The Tao world had arrived. Yi Xian was about to leave when Zhang Wenxiu grabbed his hand. "I'll go with you." Yi Xian was about to speak, but Zhang Wenxiu shook her head. "We'll live and die together." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can go ask Gu Shi." Li Mian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "I'm a swordsman. A swordsman will not lie against his conscience." Li Mian was silent. Most of the swordsmen he knew were proud. Those swordsmen had bad tempers and disdained to lie. Could it really have been taken away by Gu Shi? But he still did not believe that Yi Xian would hand over the scripture for the fifth dimension Tendo. Yi Xian suddenly said, "I can swear to the heavens." Everyone. Yi Xian looked at Li Mian. "It's true, I can swear. Also, I, Yi Xian, am the #1 swordsman of the fifth dimension. Why would I lie? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Li Mian was silent. At this time, Yi Xian said, Everyone, to tell you the truth, I, Yi Xian, know my own limits. I know that I can't keep this scripture. If I hand it over, I can live longer. Therefore, I gave it to the ancient temple. If you fight with me now, it will only make the ancient temple laugh. Li Mian did not say anything. Mo Dao beside him said, this person's words are half true and half false. Li Mian looked at Mo Dao. Mo Dao said, however, according to what I know, the ancient temple has indeed sent people to the fifth dimension. Li Mian said, in other words, it is very likely that the ancient temple has obtained the study. Mo Dao nodded. That is a possibility. However, this Yi Xian does not look like a good person. His words cannot be trusted. Li Mian said. But as he said, if we fight with him, it will only benefit Gu Shi. Mo Dao nodded. That is indeed the case. Li Mian was silent. At this time, he suddenly felt conflicted. Should he fight with Yi Xian? In truth, although they had 6 self-release realm experts on their side, they were still a bit afraid of Yi Xian and that array from before. The fifth dimension was not without a fighting chance. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared. This old man was wearing monk robes and had no hair. He wore a string of prayer beads on his neck. Seeing this person, Li Mian and the others became vigilant. Danger! The ancient temple. The Tao world did not dare to underestimate a mysterious place like the ancient temple. The old monk put his palms together and looked at Yi Xian. Benefactor Yi, how can you speak without thinking? My ancient temple has never obtained the study from you. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the old monk. You are the one who is speaking without thinking. You sent 6 self-release realm experts to the lower realm and captured the 5th dimension Tendo. You want me to hand over the study, or you will kill the 5th dimension Tendo and destroy the 5th dimension. You dare to say that this was not done by you? The old monk was dumbfounded. You, my ancient temple has never done this. You, how can you say that? Yi Xian's expression became somewhat sinister. You are too shameless. Not only did you snatch the study, you don't even admit it. Oh, I understand. You want to use our 5th dimension to fight with the Tao world, and then reap the benefits. Hearing this, Li Mian and the others looked at the old monk. The old monk shook his head. Young Master Yi, my ancient temple indeed wants to obtain the study. However, due to some reasons, we have never taken action. What you said is venomous slander. Yi Xian sneered. Due to some reasons, we have never taken action. I am very curious, what is the reason? The old monk glanced at Yi Xian. The person behind young Master Yi is not simple. That 5th dimension Tendo is even more so. Young Master Yi just said that we captured the 5th dimension Tendo. Saying this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi's words are really funny. That 5th dimension Tendo is not simple. My ancient temple does not have the ability to capture her. The ancient temple is very afraid of the 5th dimension Tendo, because this woman is really unfathomable. At this moment, Li Mian suddenly said, Master, are you joking? How can a 5th dimension Tendo not be simple? The old monk looked at Li Mian. Haven't you come into contact with Miss Mu? Li Mian smiled. We haven't. However, how capable can a mere Tendo be? The old monk sighed softly. Tao world. How can you be so stupid? Everyone was speechless. Li Mian stared at the old monk. Are you insulting my Tao world? The old monk shook his head. I have no intention of insulting the Tao world. I am just expressing my feelings. 5th dimension Tendo. That woman's strength is unfathomable. However, the Tao world actually thinks that she is very weak. Is this a joke? Li Mian looked at the old monk. I feel that the study is very likely to be in your hands. The old monk frowned slightly. Why? Li Mian smiled. First, Yi Xian is the first swordsman of the 5th dimension. This kind of person, I believe he will not lie. In fact, I should say that he disdains lying. Second, I feel that it is impossible for your ancient temple not to fight for the study. Therefore, when Yi Xian said that you imprisoned a 5th dimension Tendo, I don't think it is nonsense. It is true. Yi Xian was speechless. The old monk looked at Li Mian. According to what I know, the Tao world's pope is also a wise man. Why would he send an idiot like you down? Could it be that he sent you down to be a joke? Everyone was speechless. Li Mian stared at the old monk. In the next moment he disappeared. In the distance the old monk shook his head. Amit ba retard. After saying that he slapped out with his palm. With this palm, a huge golden palm print crossed the starry sky. Boom! With a violent explosion, a figure retreated rapidly in the starry sky. The person who retreated was Li Mian. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings instantly became extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. Especially Yi Xian. The gap between the self-release realm was so huge. Wasn't this old monk too good at fighting? At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Be careful. This person is at least at the upper self-release realm. The upper self-release realm. Yi Xian looked at the old monk with vigilance in his heart. In the distance, Li Mian looked at his cracked right hand. And then he looked up at the old monk with disbelief in his eyes. The upper self-release realm. The old monk pressed his palms together. That study isn't in my ancient temple. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi. What my ancient temple did is what it did. If it didn't, then it didn't. Young Master Yi, please clear my ancient temple's name. Yi Xian glanced at the old monk. You're amazing. I don't dare to refute anything you say. The old monk was dumbfounded. What are you saying? In the distance, Li Mian suddenly spoke solemnly. Master, you said that the study isn't in your hands. Do you have any proof? The old monk frowned. Young Master Yi said that it's in my ancient temple. Do you have any proof? Li Mian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said solemnly. The fifth dimension Tendo is in your hands. The old monk stared at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you said that the fifth dimension Tendo is in my ancient temple's hands. Do you have any proof? Yi Xian looked at Li Mian. If you don't believe me, you can search the ancient temple. The fifth dimension Tendo is definitely in their ancient temple. Hearing this, Li Mian looked at the old monk. The old monk shook his head. My ancient temple doesn't allow outsiders to step in. How can I let you search? Yi Xian looked at Li Mian. He shrugged. I won't speak anymore. The old monk. Li Mian stared at the old monk. Master, does your ancient temple not have the courage to admit what you've done? The old monk shook his head and sighed. Fool, this old monk has nothing to say to you. As he spoke, he suddenly struck out with his palm. Seeing this, Li Mian's expression changed and he hurriedly said, Attack! As he spoke, he and the few self-release realm experts beside him charged out. P.S. I wanted to have an offline gathering, but I suddenly realized that if it's a gathering, I might be in danger. Many readers have unhealthy thoughts. Chapter 1222. Seeing Li Ming and the others rushing over, the old monk frowned. He did not choose to fight, instead glancing at Yi Xian. Then his body turned illusory, and he quickly disappeared. He left. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who was not far away, hurried to say, He's running away. However, when Li Mian and the others arrived in front of the old monk had already disappeared. He had escaped. Seeing the old monk escape, Li Mian's expression became unsightly. At this time, the nearby Yi Xian suddenly said, If we let the ancient temple learn the Tao scripture, who would be their match? Too terrifying. Li Mian glanced at Yi Xian, not saying anything. A moment later, Li Mian suddenly said, Let's go. Finished speaking, he led Mo Dao and the others and disappeared. After Li Mian and the others disappeared, the nearby Guanyin suddenly wanted to say something, but Yi Xian shook his head. AI, it's a pity for my Tao scripture. This damned ancient temple. Hearing this, Guanyin immediately shut his mouth. Soon, Yi Xian and the experts of the fifth dimension disappeared into the starry sky while cursing. However, Li Mian and the others appeared again. Li Mian looked at Yi Xian below, silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Mo Dao suddenly said, You don't believe his words, right? Li Mian calmly said, Of course not. Mo Dao glanced at Li Mian. Just now, you deliberately attacked in anger for him to see. Mo Dao softly said, If we fight to the death with Yi Xian, do you think the ancient temple will just watch? Mo Dao shook his head. They will wait to reap the benefits. Li Mian nodded. Yes. Therefore, we must pull the ancient temple into this. Mo Dao frowned. Will the ancient temple get involved? Li Mian softly said. Just now, Yi Xian framed the ancient temple. Do you think they will feel good? Saying this, he coldly smiled. The ancient temple will definitely not feel good. Therefore, as long as we operate a little, we can definitely join hands with the ancient temple and deal with Yi Xian together. Mo Dao said with a smile. Brilliant. Not only will it deepen the conflict between the ancient temple and Yi Xian, but it will also numb Yi Xian, making him think that we are all fools. Li Mian said softly. The Tao scripture is of great importance, so we have to be cautious. If we're not careful, we might be consigned to eternal damnation. As he spoke, he looked down. The fifth dimension isn't as simple as we think it is. If we underestimate it, we will be consigned to eternal damnation. Mo Dao nodded. During this period of contact with Yi Xian, he also discovered that Yi Xian was not simple. It should be said that the entire fifth dimension was not simple. He hadn't forgotten the might of the formation from before. Li Mian suddenly said, You guys stay here and don't do anything. I will go to the ancient temple and the Union Hall. If possible, try to ally with them. During this time, don't do anything and wait for my news. Mo Dao nodded. All right. Li Mian seemed to think of something and said, Send someone to investigate the fifth dimension's Tendo and see what kind of person he is. Mo Dao nodded. I will go personally. Li Mian nodded slightly and disappeared into the horizon. Below, Yi Xian went directly to the pawn shop. Qian Mo was the only one there. Qian Mo looked at Yi Xian. The ancient temple is not simple. Yi Xian nodded. Qian Mo, do you know the origin of the ancient temple? Qian Mo shook her head. I don't know. I don't think anyone in the Tao world knows. This faction is extremely mysterious. Yi Xian frowned. Extremely mysterious? Qian Mo nodded. No one knows how long they have existed. I only know that the Tao world feared the most in the sixth dimension, the ancient temple. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. I'm very curious. Why didn't they make a move directly? Yi Xian said softly. Could it be that they were afraid that the Tao world would reap the benefits if they made a move on me first? Qian Mo looked at Yi Xian. That is possible. However, I feel that they are more afraid of you. Yi Xian was stunned. Then he smiled. Afraid of what? Qian Mo shook her head. You are also very mysterious. Yi Xian was speechless. Qian Mo suddenly said, No matter what, you have to guard against this ancient temple. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Qian Mo, can you defeat that old monk? Qian Mo said in a deep voice. I can only fight him. I am not confident of defeating him. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. After saying that, he turned and left. Qian Mo suddenly said, I did not agree to help you fight. Yi Xian stopped and turned around with a smile. I did not ask Miss Qian Mo to help me fight either. Qian Mo looked at Yi Xian. My intuition tells me that you are very dangerous. Yi Xian smiled. I did not restrict Miss Qian Mo. Miss Qian Mo. You can leave at any time if you want. Really? After saying that, he opened his palm, and Qian Mo's soul floated in front of her. Then he turned and left. In the pawn shop, Qian Mo looked at the soul in front of her in a daze. That fellow handed over his soul just like that, without any conditions. Qian Mo was silent for a long time. Then, she looked in the direction that Yi Xian left with a complicated look in her eyes. After leaving the pawn shop, Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan. He went to look for Guan Yin, Old Li, and the others. Yi Xian looked at Old Li. Old Li, what is the level of the array formation now? Old Li said in a deep voice. Give me 5 more days. 5 days. Yi Xian frowned. Guan Yin suddenly said, You don't believe that Li Mian? Yi Xian nodded. If he is an idiot, how could he reach self-release? This person does not look like an idiot. What I am most worried about is that they will join hands with the ancient temple to deal with me first. Guan Yin nodded. That is highly possible. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. They will join hands with the ancient temple. This is the worst-case scenario. Therefore, we have to prepare for the worst. After saying that, he looked at Old Li. Old Li, we still need to speed up. Old Li nodded. I will do my best. After saying that, he stood up and left. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. How is the sword sect? Guan Yin said. If they make a move, they will definitely give you a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian nodded. You have worked hard during this period of time. Needless to say, Guan Yin's ability was extremely formidable, especially her management ability. She was able to balance so many powers in the fifth dimension and manage everything in an orderly manner. This was truly rare. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian. I am doing this for myself and the spirit race. Yi Xian smiled. No matter what, Miss Guan Yin, I hope that we will be able to work together happily in the future. Guan Yin said in a low voice. I have a question. Can you answer me honestly? Yi Xian nodded. Go ahead. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian. How strong is that green-clothed man? This was a knot in her heart. All those years ago, that green-clothed man had almost annihilated the entire spirit race with a single sword strike. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, his strength should be on par with that woman in a plain dress. When she heard this, Guan Yin's tightly clenched fists loosened slowly, or it should be said that her entire body seemed to have relaxed quite a bit. Revenge had always been a knot in her heart, but after she found out about the green-clothed man's strength, this knot in her heart had suddenly been undone. Can I take revenge? I definitely can't. An expert on par with that woman in a plain dress. What sort of concept was that? If the spirit race continued to take revenge, then they would be courting death. She could give up on taking revenge in a justifiable manner. It wasn't that she didn't want to take revenge, it was that she really couldn't. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. Miss Guan, are you alright? Guan Yin shook her head. What could possibly happen to me? Yi Xian nodded. It's good that you're fine. Miss Guan, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'll be going now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Within the hall, Guan Yin shook her head and smiled bitterly. What sort of monster did the spirit race offend all those years ago? Yi Xian arrived at a riverside, and he found Audiobook in situ in a bamboo house by the riverside. Yi Xian smiled. Greetings, senior sister. Greetings, senior situ. Situ said indifferently. What's the matter? Yi Xian said seriously. Senior sister, senior situ. Both of you should have seen that old monk's strength earlier. Is there a huge difference between the two of you? Situ nodded. There's a gap between us in terms of cultivation realm. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What about in terms of combat strength? Situ shrugged. Chapter 12:23. Target Yi Xian? When Jarwa had such thoughts before, that was because the Tao scripture was really tempting. However, every time she thought about it, she would think of a person. The plain-dressed woman. The woman who had once destroyed the Union Hall, with a sword from a star domain away. That woman had almost destroyed the Union Hall, and the entire six-dimensional universe. Even now, the six-dimensional universe had yet to recover its essence energy. In fact, when Jarwa did not understand why the Tao world wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian, could it be that the plain-dressed woman was too low-key in the Tao world? She had almost destroyed the entire demon Tao family. How could she be low-key? When Jarwa shook her head and sighed, she did not say anything else and turned to leave. After Li Mian left the Union Hall, he arrived at the sacred mountain. At the foot of the sacred mountain, he looked up and could vaguely see an ancient temple at the end of the mountain. Li Mian was a little curious. Besides him, the entire Tao world was curious about this ancient temple. However, even the Tao world did not know the origin of this ancient temple. Li Mian was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to go up, a voice was heard beside him. Sir, please wait. Li Mian turned around and saw an old man standing not far from him. It was the old monk who had fought with him previously. The old monk looked at Li Mian and pressed his palms together. Benefactor Li, we meet again. Li Mian also pressed his palms together. Greetings, master. The old monk nodded slightly. It seems like Benefactor Li does not believe Yi Xian's words. Li Mian smiled. Why would I believe him? Master, I came here to cooperate with you. What do you think? The old monk looked at Li Mian. Benefactor Li, please speak. Li Mian smiled. If we don't make a move, the ancient temple will not either. We are all afraid that the other party will reap the benefits. If we continue to be in a deadlock, Yi Xian will benefit for nothing. The old monk nodded in agreement. Li Mian smiled slightly. Great master, my idea is very simple. The Tao world and the ancient temple will join forces to kill Yi Xian first. If we can kill Yi Xian, and the Tao scripture is really in his hands, then we can discuss the ownership of the Tao scripture. But before that, what we need to do is to join forces and annihilate Yi Xian first. The old monk fell silent. Li Mian smiled and said, Grandmaster, what do you think of Yi Xian's talent? The old monk said softly, a genius. Li Mian nodded. Although I've only fought him once, we've investigated him. He's indeed a genius. Not only that, his combat strength is extremely strong. And he's also a swordsman who has comprehended sword cognition. If we continue to ignore him, he might not be someone we can deal with in the future. The old monk looked at Li Mian. Do you know where the fifth dimension Tendo is? Li Mian shook his head. The woman was silent. The old monk continued. Moreover, the prophet once promised our ancient temple that he was willing to hand over the Tao scripture. Because of that, we helped him back then. However, he went back on his promise. With that said, he shook his head. Be it the prophet or Yi Xian, they aren't good people. The woman suddenly said, Master, I feel that Yi Xian isn't simple. If we snatch that Tao scripture, we might be tainted with great karma. The old monk nodded. Yes, this person isn't simple. If not for that Tao scripture being extremely important to our ancient temple, we wouldn't have offended him. However, we have no choice. That Tao scripture is too important to us. Even if we are tainted with great karma, we can't do anything about it. The woman said in a deep voice, Master, I've been observing the area below and I've discovered something. Do you want to hear it? The old monk nodded. Speak. The woman said, he wants to protect that universe. The old monk said, that's a good thing. The woman looked at the old monk. I don't think he's a bad person. At least he's doing something right. The old monk smiled. I didn't say that he's a bad person. The woman frowned. Then the old monk said softly, he has something we want, so he's our enemy. It's that simple. Right and wrong are often decided by one's standpoint. The woman nodded. Disciple understands. The old monk smiled. Calm at heart. When we look at things, we often have to look at it from many angles. Every angle has a different result. Take this Yi Xian for example. You say that he's a good person. But have you ever thought about why the fifth dimension has a fifth dimension tribulation? It's because the fifth dimension tribulation is a sin committed by all living beings. Yi Xian is protecting that universe. From a certain perspective, he's harming the living beings of that universe, and the universe itself. From the perspective of the fifth dimension, Yi Xian is actually a bad person. Of course, from the perspective of all living beings of the fifth dimension, Yi Xian is a good person. The woman in monk clothes called Hui Xian put her palms together. Master, I understand. The old monk nodded slightly and smiled. Then let's go. Soon the two disappeared at the end of the Xiao Dao. After Li Mian returned to the fifth dimension, he started to search for the fifth dimension Tendo. However, he did not find the fifth dimension Tendo. It was as if the fifth dimension Tendo had evaporated from the world. In the starry sky, Li Mian and the rest gathered. Mo Dao said solemnly, this fifth dimension Tendo is indeed not simple. Li Mian looked at Mo Dao. What do you mean? Mo Dao said solemnly, I've checked. In the history of the fifth dimension, she has made a few moves. The fifth dimension's experts were miserably played by her. They are very afraid of her. Li Mian frowned. Do you know what realm she has reached? Mo Dao shook his head. I don't know. However, she shouldn't be weak. Otherwise, that old monk would not be so afraid of her. In short, we have to guard against her to prevent her from ruining things. Li Mian nodded. Naturally, when we make a move, let Ada be in the dark. If she makes a move, Ada can stop her. A self-release realm expert nodded. Alright. Don't say. I want to see how capable this so-called fifth dimension Tendo is. Li Mian nodded. Having confidence is not a bad thing. However, don't look down on anyone, including this Tendo. Ada nodded. Naturally, Li Mian looked down at the fifth dimension and said softly, I hope that everything goes smoothly this time. Is there any movement down there? Mo Dao shook his head. There is no movement for the time being. I suggest that we make a move now and catch them off guard. Li Mian shook his head. That Yi Xian is not that stupid. This person definitely has something to rely on. Wait for the ancient temple's people to come. Mo Dao hesitated before nodding. All right, if the ancient temple did not come, they would not dare to make a move. While Li Mian and the rest were searching for the fifth dimension Tendo, the Tendo had stealthily arrived at the Dao world. Moon Yinyin held a roasted fish and slowly strolled through the starry sky. As she strolled, she arrived at the Emperor clan's territory. Moon Yinyin looked down at the Emperor clan's people. She chewed on the roasted fish and occasionally hummed an unknown tune. Just like that, after a quarter of an hour, the fish was completely eaten by her, leaving only a bone spur. After eating, she threw the fish bone to the side and took out a set of clothes to wear. Following that, she rubbed her face. Soon, she turned into a middle-aged man. Di Linyuan. This was the appearance of Di Linyuan. Moon Yinyin took out a mirror and looked at herself. Then she nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, she swooped down from the starry sky. Soon, all the Emperor clan experts raised their heads. When they saw the person rushing down, they were shocked. Patriarch is back. The entire Emperor clan was in an uproar. Soon, a figure entered the Emperor clan's city. At this moment, a voice sounded from within the city. Where is Patriarch? Soon, the matter of Di Linyuan's appearance spread throughout the Dao world. Countless experts rushed towards the Emperor clan like crazy. At the entrance of the Emperor clan's main hall, an old man's face was pale. My God! Who is playing with our Emperor clan? Chapter 1224. At the entrance of the palace, the old man's face was pale, his eyes filled with shock. In that instant, he had thought that clan leader Di Linyuan had returned to the imperial clan. However, when he entered the city and disappeared, he knew that it was not the clan leader. Someone was messing with the imperial clan. However, what shocked him was that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the other party the moment he entered the city. He also didn't know how the other party had disappeared without a trace. Who was messing with the imperial clan? And he was so powerful, killing without a blade. At this moment, countless powerful auras appeared in the sky above the imperial clan. There were more than 30 powerful auras. They were all at the self-release realm. Seeing this, the old man's face turned even paler. At this moment, two people appeared in front of the old man. These two people were the Pope and Jiang Yu of the Celestial Pavilion. The two of them did not go to the lower realm, because they wanted to stay here, to look for the plain-dress woman, and Di Linyuan. But now that Di Linyuan had appeared, there was only one explanation. The plain-dress woman was gone. The Tao scripture was most likely on Di Linyuan. Moreover, Tianqin Abyss was likely to be severely injured. The Pope looked at the old man in front of him. Your clan leader, please come out. The old man said in a low voice. Your Excellency, the clan leader has not returned. The Pope frowned. He just stared at the old man, his expression calm, but it was chilling. The old man smiled bitterly. Your Excellency, someone is framing the imperial clan. The Pope said in a low voice. You said that before. Let me ask you, who is framing the imperial clan? Who is framing the imperial clan? The old man hesitated, then shook his head. I don't know either. The Pope looked at the old man, his expression unkind. Do you think we are all idiots? The old man looked at the Pope and said seriously. Your Excellency, don't you think this is a little strange? The Pope was expressionless. Come, tell me what is strange about it. The old man said in a low voice. Even if the clan leader has returned, he would not have returned so openly. But he has returned so openly. Isn't this the same as telling the world that he has returned? The Pope was silent. Jiang Yu suddenly said, You said that someone framed your imperial clan. I'm very curious. Who framed your imperial clan? The old man shook his head. I don't know. Jiang Yu asked again. Di Ming, you are also in the upper level of self-release. Let me ask you, who can vanish right in front of you? Jiang Yu fell silent. This was what terrified him the most. The other party had appeared in front of him, yet disappeared without a trace. How terrifying was his strength. Up until now, he could only think of 1 or 2 people who had this kind of strength. However, there was no reason for those 2 people to frame an emperor clan. So who could it be? Jiang Yu suddenly looked at the Pope. The Pope nodded slightly, and the 2 of them spread out their divine senses. Very quickly, their divine senses covered the entire imperial clan. Seeing this, the faces of the imperial clan and the other powerhouses darkened. When had the emperor clans ever been bullied like this? Some of the monarch races wanted to attack, but were stopped by Di Ming. He was well aware of the current situation of the emperor clans. The current emperor clans were no longer the emperor clans of the past. If they were not careful, they would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. Soon the Pope and Jiang Yu frowned, because they had yet to discover Di Linyuan's whereabouts. Green City, Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestor Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's prince position shall be removed. Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This young man was Yi Lang. Beside him were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl's name was Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan was going to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl named Yi Ling bowed at the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The Grand Elder glanced at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly afraid. She didn't dare to look at the Grand Elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed at the 2 elders again. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights in the South Mountain. He is fighting for the clan with his life on the line, and his life is unknown. But now, the clan has removed his prince position with a groundless excuse. This is unfair. How dare you? The Grand Elder suddenly said angrily. It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether he should be removed or not. Someone drag her away. At this moment, the new Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Grand Elder said coldly. Then flog him 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang and knew that his chance to perform had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang is the heir. It's everyone's wish. Why are you shouting? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a youth was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, his face dark and gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooey! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no morals. From now on, Yi Xian's position will be removed, and Yi Lang will take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she had rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you remove him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he is removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this moment, the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog 30 times." Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the newly appointed Prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu greeting the crown prince. Yilang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and he hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yilang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yilang's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yilang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and he charged in front of Zhang Mu, before kicking out at Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1225. In the sky above the Imperial clan, Di Lintian scanned his surroundings and his frown deepened. He could feel the dangerous aura around him, but he just couldn't find the other party. What was going on? Di Lintian frowned. Soon, he realized that the dangerous aura had disappeared. Gone. Di Lintian slowly closed his eyes. I never thought that there would be such a powerful cultivator in this world. Di Ming asked solemnly, Ancestor, what should we do now? The Imperial Descent Tendo asked, Has our Imperial Descent clan offended anyone recently? Di Ming pondered and said, If we're talking about offense, it's probably because of Yi Xian and the lady in plain dress. Di Lintian looked at Di Ming. Plain dress lady? Di Ming nodded. Rumor has it that the scripture is in the hands of the lady and Yi Xian. Clan master has gone to look for the lady, but there's no news of her. Di Lintian counted with his fingers and shook his head. He's dead. Dead. Di Ming was stunned moments later. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, he had thought of this before, because he knew Di Lingyuan's personality. Even if he had obtained the scripture, he would have notified him. Di Lintian looked down at the people of the imperial family. After a moment of silence, he said, The imperial family is tainted with bad karma. This karma is related to the woman in the plain dress and Yi Xian. As he spoke, he looked at Di Ming. The appearance of the Tao scripture signifies the arrival of chaos. It's impossible for the monarch races to stay out of this mess. Di Ming asked solemnly, What should we choose? Di Lintian said softly, You can investigate the lady in plain dress and Yi Xian, and see if they are reliable. Di Ming frowned. With them? Di Lintian looked up at the end of the heavens. Many times, only by following the will of the heavens can one live longer. If that scripture is really in the hands of that Yi Xian, why don't we follow the will of heaven? Ming remained silent. Lintian said softly, "Go and get in touch with them." Ming looked at Lintian. "Ancestor, what do you think about the Tao scripture?" Lintian smiled. "If it was in the past, I definitely would. But now, I'm already a dead person. What else can I think?" Ming asked solemnly, "How did our ancestor die?" Lintian looked at the horizon. "This is how the world is. There will always be unknown powers." As he spoke, he looked at Ming. "Now I can't care so much anymore. The future generations should focus on improving themselves." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually turned illusory, and it wasn't long before he vanished completely. Ming opened his palm, revealing a split soul in his hand. It was Lintian's. Because they didn't take action, there was no consumption. The emperor clans still had a chance to preserve their lives. As if he had thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something that everyone had overlooked. When this plainly dressed woman slaughtered her way into the demonic path families, did the demonic path families not summon their ancestors? There must be an ancestor summoning. But the demonic path family still lost a sixth-dimensional self-release realm powerhouse. In other words, the ancestor of the demonic Tao family clan had not been able to stop the plain-dressed woman. If that was the case, Ming slowly closed his eyes and moments later he suddenly shouted, "Elder!" As his voice trailed off, an old man appeared beside him. Ming said softly, "Go down to the lower realm and contact Yi Xian. See how he is. This concerns the future of the demonic path families. Do not act recklessly." Elder nodded. "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he left silently. Ming looked around, his eyes were filled with worry. Just like what Lintian said, someone was messing with the monarch races. Could this person be Yi Xian's man? After the Pope and the others left the monarch races, the Pope and Jiang Yu didn't look too good. The two of them wanted to use this chance to annihilate the monarch races. With that, the entire Tao world would be left with only the God Palace, Celestial Pavilion, and Tao Village. The Tao Village didn't care about anything. It could be said that the God Palace and Celestial Pavilion were the rulers of the entire Tao world. After devouring the monarch races and the demonic path families, the God Palace and Celestial Pavilion's power would reach a new peak. But what they didn't expect was that Ming would be so decisive and use all of the monarch race's trump cards. With that, if they attacked again, both sides would suffer. But now, they didn't want both sides to suffer because there was something more important, and that was the Tao scripture. The Tao scripture was more important than anything else. Jiang Yu suddenly said, "Is someone trying to frame the monarch races?" The Pope said, "Very likely." Just like what Ming said, even if that Lin Yuan obtained the Tao scripture, he wouldn't have returned so openly. Under normal circumstances, he would have gone as far as he could, hidden himself, and cultivated the Tao scripture. He wouldn't have returned to the monarch races. But now he has returned so openly. It's highly possible that someone is trying to frame the monarch races, wanting us to have a conflict with the monarch races, so that they can reap the benefits. Jiang Yu suddenly said, "Could it be the Tao village?" The Tao village. The Pope frowned. He turned to the right side of the sky. One had to admit it was possible. Because in the entire Tao world, only the Tao village had such power. Besides, if they were to fight the monarch races, who would benefit the most? The Tao village. The Tao village. The Pope said solemnly. "It might be the Tao village, but I can't be sure." Jiang Yu nodded with an ugly expression. If it really was the Tao village, then things would be troublesome. At this moment, a self-release realm expert suddenly said, "Sirs, you seem to have forgotten something." Jiang Yu and the Pope looked at the old man who spoke, and the old man said, "Sirs, Pavilion Master Jiang, the Tao world's spiritual energy is disappearing quickly. If this continues, the Tao world's spiritual energy will dry up in a few decades. Our top priority now is to find that Tao spirit, because the depletion of the entire Tao world's spiritual energy must be related to her." The Pope and the Pope kept silent. Spiritual energy depletion. It wouldn't affect them in the short term, but the Tao world would only get weaker in the long run. What did people rely on to cultivate? Spiritual energy, of course. Without enough spiritual energy, cultivation would be affected. If this continued, the younger generation of the Tao world would be much weaker than they were now. Jiang Yu suddenly said, "Why did the Tao spirit disappear?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know. In short, after the Tao scripture appeared, I feel that someone is targeting the Tao world. It's best for the two of you to be on guard and not let outsiders take advantage of it." The Pope nodded. "I will send people to investigate this matter." With that, he looked down and said softly, "I wonder how the lower realm is doing. Is the Tao scripture in Yixian's hands? If it is, Tao scripture." Behind them, the old man sighed inwardly. He knew that the Tao scripture was the most important to the Pope and the Pope. That was true. It was an existence that could help them break through. But he suddenly realized that the Tao world was in chaos. The major forces were killing each other, suspecting each other, and the Tao spirit had disappeared. It could be said that the Tao world was in a terrible situation. But everyone was still thinking about the Tao scripture. Tao scripture. The old man shook his head and sighed. Lower realm. Li Mian and the others still couldn't find the fifth dimension Tendo, so they stopped searching. On this day, 6 self-release realm experts arrived in the starry sky. Li Mian looked down at Shaman City. Meanwhile, a young man appeared in front of them. It was Yi Xian. And Lan Xiu and the other women were by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian looked at Li Mian and smiled. "What are all of you doing?" Li Mian smiled. "Young Master Yi, don't play any tricks with us this time. Just one word, hand over the Tao scripture and we'll leave." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "It's at the ancient temple." Li Mian shook his head. "Young Master Yi, I'm truly speechless. The thickness of your skin really exceeds the old man's expectations." Everyone was speechless. Meanwhile, an old monk suddenly appeared. It was the old monk from the ancient temple. Behind the old monk were 3 other monks in black robes. The 3 of them pressed their palms together and restrained their auras. They were like the vast starry sky, and they emanated an invisible pressure. When they saw them, not only did Yi Xian and the others have solemn expressions, even Li Mian and the others had solemn expressions. All 3 of them were at the upper stage of the self-release realm. Was the ancient temple so strong? At this moment, the old monk suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, there is a Buddhist scripture from my ancient temple in the study room. Young Master Yi, please return it." Yi Xian said seriously, "Didn't you take it already?" The old monk chanted, "Young Master Yi, this old monk begs you to be a good person. Don't frame my ancient temple. If there's any problem, we can solve it with our fists. I'm really speechless by your slander." Everyone was speechless. Li Mian also looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, forgive me for speaking bluntly. The current you has no chance of winning. If you hand over the Tao scripture, and we leave, your 5th dimension will be safe for a lifetime." The old monk quickly said, "If young Master Yi is willing to hand it over, my ancient temple will immediately leave and never step into the 5th dimension." In fact, he did not want to risk his life against Yi Xian, because the karma on Yi Xian was too great. However, there was no other way. The study room was too important to the ancient temple. The 2 things inside were things that the ancient temple would not give up no matter what. Yi Xian was silent. Li Mian said again, "Young Master Yi, forgive me for speaking bluntly. The current you has no chance of winning. If you resist, not only will you die, but the people behind you will also be buried with you. A single mistake on your part will determine the life and death of the 5th dimension. Therefore, please think carefully." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I've thought about it a long time ago." Li Mian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Look, you came to steal my things, yet you still put on such a benevolent attitude. I, Yi Xian, will tell you today, even if I throw this study room into the cesspool, I will not give it to you." After saying that, he pointed the executing heaven sword at Li Mian and the others. "I only have one sentence to say: life and death are indifferent. If you are not happy, then fight." Chapter 1226. Fight. This was Yi Xian's attitude. In the starry sky, the old monk sighed. He looked at the distant Li Mian. Li Mian smiled. Young Master Ye's courage is praiseworthy, but he's a bit stupid. Kill. After saying this, the 4 self-release realm experts behind him charged down from the starry sky. There was still one who didn't attack. His mission was to defend against the 5th dimension Tendo. The 4 self-release realm experts charged down together. At this moment, the entire starry sky boiled. 4 self-release realm experts. Beside Yi Xian, 7 looked at Enlancio. You and I will work together. Enlancio nodded. The next moment, the 2 women charged into the sky. The 2 of them charged at one of the self-release realm experts. Although the 2 women were monsters, it was still a bit difficult for them to fight one-on-one. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. But 2 against 1 was not a big problem. In next to no time, the 2 women obstructed a self-release realm expert. At the beginning, that self-release realm expert wanted to quickly kill Enlancio and the other. But he quickly noticed that the 2 of them weren't as weak as he thought. He didn't dare underestimate them. At this moment, the other 3 self-release realm experts had already arrived above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian didn't attack. 28 experts suddenly appeared in front of the 3. All the half-step self-release realm experts of the 5th dimension. This was Guan Yin's intention. He wanted these half-step self-release realm experts to fight with those self-release realm experts to temper themselves. Perhaps there might be unexpected gains that would allow them to reach self-release realm. There was still a huge difference between half-step self-release realm and self-release realm experts. It was also because of this that Guan Yin wanted all the half-step self-release realm experts to attack together. 28 against 3. Yi Xian and Guan Yin were a bit nervous, but they had no choice. If these half-step self-release realm experts wanted to improve, the best way was to fight self-release realm experts. Soon, everyone began to fight. What surprised Yi Xian and Guan Yin was that the 26 people actually blocked those 3 self-release realm experts. Moreover, they weren't at a disadvantage, both sides were evenly matched. Yi Xian and Guan Yin exchanged glances. Guan Yin said in a deep voice, "The 3 of them aren't that good." Yi Xian nodded. He looked at the old monk and the others in the distance. If these 28 people were to go against the person behind the old monk, they would not stand a chance. In the starry sky, Li Mian and Mo Dao's expressions were somewhat gloomy. The 2 of them had never expected that their own people would be blocked by the half-step self-release realm experts of the 5th dimension. At this moment, the old monk suddenly said, "For these people to be able to reach half-step void realm in such an environment, it's extraordinary in itself." Li Mian looked at the old monk. "Master, can you make your move now?" The old monk nodded. Behind him, the 3 monks suddenly disappeared. He disappeared without any warning. When the 3 of them appeared, they were already above Yi Xian and the others. And at this moment, 4 women suddenly appeared in front of them. Agio Situ the Azura, and the one-legged woman. Agio took out the wine gourd at her waist, and took a huge gulp. Then she looked at one of the monks. "Come." After saying that, she suddenly turned into a sword light and shot out. The sword light streaked across the starry sky, causing the world to lose color. The monk put his palms together, his expression not changing at all. He took a step forward and sent out a palm. Boom! In the starry sky, the sword light was forced to stop 1,000 feet in front of him. But in the next moment, the sword light suddenly shattered. Then, a sword arrived in front of the monk. The monk slowly closed his eyes. Chi! Agio's sword pierced through empty air. At some point, the monk was already at her original position. Agio did not turn around. She slashed her sword to the right, and took another gulp from the wine gourd at her waist. At this moment, a powerful force attacked her from behind. Agio put down the wine gourd, turned around, and stabbed out with her sword. When this sword came out, the entire world seemed to slow down. Sword sense to the limit. In the starry sky, the old monk suddenly frowned. This was a sign that his sword sense had reached the limit. Down below, Yi Xian stared at Agio's sword. Sword sense to the limit. This sword strike made him want to draw his sword as well. This cheap senior sister was stronger than he had imagined. In the starry sky, As Agio stabbed out with her sword, the powerful force in front of her shattered. Along with it, the space in front of her also shattered. Boom! A sword light flashed, and a figure frantically retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. It was the monk who had been fighting Agio. The moment the monk stopped, blood spurted out from the back of his right shoulder. That sword had pierced through his right hand. However, there was still no expression on the monk's face. In the starry sky, Li Mian stared at Agio. This woman was only at the half-step self-release realm, but she could fight a first-release realm expert. Furthermore, she had such a huge advantage. Were there so many monstrous geniuses in the fifth dimension? Agio took out the wine gourd and took a gulp. Then she looked at the monk 100,000 feet away. Continue. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure turned illusory. In an instant, numerous afterimages flickered through that expanse of space. She was fast to the limit. The monk pressed his palms together and started chanting silently. It didn't take long for pages of golden scriptures to appear around him. After these scriptures appeared, an enormous and ancient golden Buddha suddenly appeared behind him. Along with the appearance of this ancient golden Buddha statue, everyone present felt an extremely powerful pressure. Some half-step self-release realm experts even felt like their chests were blocked, and they were unable to breathe. Down below, Yi Xian felt this invisible pressure as well. He waved his right hand, and the pressure was blocked by his sword intent. Yi Xian looked at the monk. The monk suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. The ray of sword light had already arrived. He suddenly made a light gesture with his right hand. In an instant, the giant Buddha statue behind him exploded with a beam of golden light. Then, a giant golden palm print blasted on the ray of sword light. Rumble! The sword light instantly shattered. Agio was blasted back to where she stood earlier, and the space in front of her and the monk had been transformed into nothingness. Both of them were within a spatial black hole, but the golden Buddha was still there. The monk looked at Agio and pressed his palms together. The enormous golden Buddha behind him pressed its palms together as well. In an instant, a powerful pressure swept through the surroundings like a storm and smashed down towards Agio. He was trying to suppress her. Agio's expression was calm. She waved her right hand, and then the sword in her hand flew out and floated in front of her. Bang! A strand of formidable sword insight surged out from within the sword sect, and it forcefully blocked the formidable pressure from Qin Shi. Two powerful pressures collided incessantly in midair, and the starry sky in the surroundings started to fluctuate violently like boiling water. Meanwhile, Agio suddenly gazed at Situ and the others. All of you fight. Don't worry about us. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a mouthful of wine, picked up the sword in front of her, and charged forward. The monk who stood in front of Agio vanished on the spot as well. It didn't take long for the sounds of intense battle to resound from afar. Right at this moment, the remaining two monks above Yi Xian's group gazed at Situ, Arrow, and the one-legged woman. Sita suddenly said, "I'll fight one of them." As soon as she finished speaking, she gestured with her right hand, and a saber suddenly flew out from nowhere. In the next moment, she'd appeared in front of one of the monks along with her saber, and a single swing of her saber shook the heavens and the earth. The monk that Situ had chosen suddenly clenched his fists tightly, and then he smashed them forward. It was a head-on collision. Rumble! With two punches, two huge golden fist prints swept down from the sky. A wisp of disdain flashed through Situ's eyes as she swung her saber. Bang! At the instant that she swung her saber, the two golden fists were instantly transformed into nothingness. At the same time, Sita suddenly appeared in front of the monk with her saber in hand, and then she slashed down with her saber. This strike was soundless and didn't emit any saber chi, but everyone felt a sense of danger. In front of everyone's eyes, the monk suddenly raised his arms to block the attack. He blocked the saber with his arms. Bang! As the saber descended, the space around Situ and the monk shattered into nothingness. However, the monk forcefully withstood the saber. Situ's shocking saber had only sliced through the monk's sleeve. After the clothes were torn, everyone realized that the monk's arms were covered in golden runes. These golden runes emitted a powerful force, And it was this force that had forcefully blocked Situ's saber. Situ slashed down with her saber again after her first strike failed. Bang! This time, the saber directly forced the monk to retreat 1,000 feet away. After the monk stopped, he looked at Situ. "Miss, your saber technique is so sharp." Situ grinned. "Then I'll take another strike." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. When her step landed, she was already in front of the monk. This time, the monk didn't forcefully resist Situ's saber. Instead, he punched Situ's abdomen. Obviously, he wanted to exchange injury for injury. At this moment, Situ suddenly became illusory. Chi! 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 Several saber lights suddenly streaked past the monk, and the sound of something tearing resounded. When everyone regained their senses, Situ had already returned to her original position. What a fast saber! This was the thought of everyone present. In the starry sky, the old monk looked at Situ with a solemn expression. How could there be so many monsters in the fifth dimension? What was going on? Li Mian and the other person's expressions became more and more unsightly. They hadn't expected that there would be so many experts in the fifth dimension. This was completely different from the fifth dimension they had imagined. These guys could all challenge those at a higher level. In fact, they had overlooked one point. Yi Xian had gathered all the experts in the fifth dimension. Almost all the monsters who could challenge those at a higher level had been gathered here. If the Tao world and the ancient temple could do this, then the fifth dimension would definitely not be their opponent. Simply put, the fifth dimension was more united than the Tao world. Below, although the monk had been slashed 4 times by Situ, his body had unexpectedly withstood these 4 strikes. Moreover, he had only suffered some superficial wounds. It didn't take long for the two of them to start fighting again. On the other side, the last monk looked at Arrow and the one-legged woman. Arrow and the one-legged woman didn't waste any words and directly charged out. At this moment, the old monk suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. The old monk looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, why don't we have a spar?" Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and then he said, "You have the nerve to say that. Master, there's a difference of a few realms between us. Why don't you lower your realm and fight me?" The old monk looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, you have the nerve to say that? We seem to be fighting to the death, right?" Yi Xian said, "You said it was a spar." The old monk was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I'm sorry, this old monk has underestimated young Master Yi's shamelessness. Young Master Yi, let's not spar, let's fight to the death." Yi Xian. P.S. I want to take a picture and attract some fans. Chapter 12:27. At that moment, the old monk finally understood. He could not treat this young Master Yi with common sense. Yi Xian smiled. "You're really thick-skinned to spar with me at this realm." The old monk pressed his palms together. "Young Master Yi, this old monk will ask you one last time. Are you willing to hand over the study house?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." The old monk nodded. "I understand." With that said, he took a step forward. Behind him, a golden light shone brightly. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Jiao and Situ's voices rang in Yi Xian's mind at the same time. "Be careful. Be careful." There was a solemn tone in the voice. The old monk looked at Yi Xian. He did not make a move, but an invisible pressure pressed towards Yi Xian. There was an extremely solemn voice in the pressure. "Put down the butcher's knife, and you will immediately become a Buddha. Put down the butcher's knife, and you will immediately become a Buddha." The voice had a penetrating power that struck straight into one's heart, making one revere it. Beside Yi Xian, Guan Yin frowned slightly. At that moment, she actually had the thought of not resisting. Guan Yin hurriedly hid behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian took a step forward, and a sword intent reverberated from the sword in his hand. However, the sword intent only blocked the pressure but not the voice. The voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into Yi Xian's mind. At that moment, Yi Xian's mind was filled with that voice. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Put down the butcher's knife? Put down the butcher's knife and I will die faster." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice suddenly disappeared without a trace. The old monk looked at Yi Xian and did not say a word. He had just used a divine power from the ancient temple called Words of Condemnation. However, he had underestimated Yi Xian's sword Dao innate heart. How could a powerful swordsman's heart be so easily shaken? As far as Yi Xian was concerned, his mental state was invulnerable. The old monk pressed his palms together and said softly, "I've still underestimated young Master Yi." Yi Xian looked at the old monk and smiled. "Master, can I ask you something?" The old monk nodded. "Young Master Yi, please speak." Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Do you people outside of this world have compassion in your hearts?" The old monk looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, we have a compassionate heart, but we do not have a compassionate heart towards everyone. A compassionate heart is for a compassionate person, and young Master Yi is not a compassionate person." Yi Xian smiled. "Let me boast a little. What I'm doing now, isn't it a compassionate thing?" The old monk nodded. "What young Master Yi is doing is a compassionate thing to the living beings in this universe. However, to the universe itself, it is not a compassionate thing." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Master, does your ancient temple care about the universe or the common people? Or should I say, do you care about the universe or the common people?" The old monk was silent. Yi Xian continued, "If you care about the universe, Master, having cultivated to this level, the destruction you can cause to the universe is comparable to millions of people. If you care about the common people, is it a compassionate thing for Master to kill people here today?" The old monk looked at Yi Xian. "If almsgiver Yi truly cares about the common people, then all the more you should hand over that study room. As long as that study room is handed over, this old monk will immediately return to the sixth dimension." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Master, you see, your goal is to snatch that study room. Whether you talk about compassion or not, it all depends on whether the other party's actions are in line with Master's interests. If it is, then you talk about compassion. If it isn't, then Master's compassion will change your words." As he said that, he shook his head and smiled again. "Master, just now you told me to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. I have something to ask Master. I, Yi Xian, have never taken the initiative to raise the butcher's knife. How do you want me to put it down? At this moment, Master has brought 3 super experts to the 5th dimension to take my life. It was Master who raised the butcher's knife first. If I say put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, it should be Master." The old monk stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. At this moment Li Mian, who was not far away, hurriedly said, "Master, he is ruining your state of mind." The old monk nodded. "I know." Below, Yi Xian smiled. "Ruining your state of mind, Master? Great Master, ask yourself honestly, could it be that what I said was wrong?" The old monk looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this old monk's state of mind is not something that can be ruined with just a few words." Yi Xian spread his hands. "Then Master should admit that you are here to snatch the study room. In Master's heart, the so-called interests surpass everything." The old monk looked at Yi Xian and did not say a word. In the sky, Li Mian frowned. Was there something wrong with this old monk? Why did he have to talk about this with Yi Xian? Below, old Li's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Alliance leader Yi, please delay for another 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the array can be activated at any time." 15 minutes. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Damn, this old monk was not easy to fool. At this moment, the old monk suddenly smiled. "Young Master Yi, have you ever thought that if you hand over the study room, it will be an act of mercy? If you hand over the study room, my ancient temple and the Tao world will retreat. Many fewer people in the 5th dimension will die, right? Hand over the study room." Yi Xian looked at the old monk and said with a smile, "Why are you so outstanding, Master? Even if you want to snatch something, you have to say that it is for the good of others." The old monk shook his head. It looks like there is nothing more to be said between this old monk and young Master Yi. With that said, he pressed his palms together, and a powerful aura suddenly overflowed from his body. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly said, "Master, I have one last thing to say." The old monk looked at Yi Xian. What? In the sky, the corners of Li Mian's mouth twitched. At this moment, he wanted to beat this old monk to death. Are you too naive or too stupid? It was obvious that Yi Xian was stalling for time. Yi Xian suddenly said, Master, I heard that the prophet came from the ancient temple. The old monk nodded. Yes, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What did he do in the ancient temple? The old monk was about to speak when Li Mian suddenly said coldly, Master, can't you tell that he is stalling for time? The old monk looked at Yi Xian and did not say a word. Yi Xian said with a smile, Master, you know that I am stalling for time, right? The old monk nodded. I know. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Then why does Master want me to stall for time? The old monk pressed his palms together. Because this old monk also needs some time. Upon hearing that, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that you are still calling for help. The old monk smiled. Young master, you guessed correctly. With that said, two old men in red monk robes suddenly appeared in the space behind him. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they saw these two people. Both of them were at the upper self-release realm. Even Li Mian and the old monk were shocked. There are so many experts in this ancient temple? The old monk looked at Yi Xian. I presume that young Master Yi has prepared his trump card. Right? Smiling, Yi Xian said, Yes. The old monk pressed his palms together. Then let us experience it. Yi Xian turned around. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from below. Activate the formation. The formation. As soon as the voice resounded, the entire starry sky trembled violently. After that, an enormous formation appeared behind Yi Xian, and it covered the entire starry sky. On the other hand, Yi Xian appeared at the core of the formation. He held the executing heaven sword in his hand. Endless energy converged towards him from all around him. Besides that, there was also the energy of countless stars. Fuck. Upon seeing this, Li Mian and the other man's expressions immediately changed. They'd experienced this formation in the past, and Yi Xian's attack had almost killed them. Moreover, the formation seemed to have grown even stronger. The old monk gazed at Yi Xian with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian gazed at the old monk and smiled. Master, didn't you want to spar? We can spar now. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't waste his breath and slashed with his sword. Wasting his breath now would be a waste of time. Sword light tore through the starry sky, and the world dimmed. Needless to say, the might of Yi Xian's attack was even stronger than Ajio's attack from before. Although Ajio's sword was powerful, she was ultimately a human. As for Yi Xian, he had gathered the power of the formation and the power of the stars. This slash was not something an ordinary self-release realm expert could block. At this moment, the old monk suddenly took a step forward. With that step, a beam of Buddhist light suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately after, a huge golden Buddha statue appeared in the depths of the starry sky. The moment the golden Buddha statue appeared, a powerful pressure swept down from the depths of the starry sky like the sky was collapsing. At the same time, the old monk suddenly punched out. The moment the old monk punched out, the Buddha statue behind him suddenly opened its eyes and punched out. The power of the punch caused the starry sky to tremble. Under everyone's gaze, the Buddha statue's punch landed on Yi Xian's sword light. The sword light trembled violently and shattered, and the golden fist continued to descend. At this moment, the array formation that Yi Xian was in trembled violently, as if it could not withstand this power. Within the array formation, Yi Xian suddenly grinned. He took a step forward, and with each step, a domain appeared. Sword domain. After the sword domain appeared, it covered the entire array formation, stabilizing it. Immediately after, Yi Xian took another step forward, and with this step he stabbed out with his sword, using the sword as thought. At this moment, he was thinking about the people behind him. I, Yi Xian, will protect this five-dimensional universe. Thought of guardian. With a stab of the sword, a beam of sword light soared into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the beam of sword light slashed at the golden fist. Boom! The golden fist exploded, and the beam of sword light soared into the sky, slashing at the golden Buddha statue. In the starry sky, the old monk put his palms together, and the Buddha statue behind him also put its palms together. In an instant, a golden light appeared before the beam of sword light. This golden light forcefully blocked Yi Xian's sword light, but the sword light was suppressing it. At this moment Li Mian suddenly said, "Attack!" The moment he said that, Mo Dao, who was beside him, suddenly opened his palm. The next moment, a small black bell appeared in his hand. The Immortal Pavilion's supreme treasure, the Immortal Dao Bell. The Immortal Dao Bell, the Immortal Pavilion's supreme treasure. When the bell rings, people die. Mo Dao suddenly chanted an incantation. Soon, the Immortal Dao Bell in his hand trembled violently. Then, the sound of the bell echoed throughout the entire five-dimensional universe. The sound of the bell was deafening for countless people, and they bled from their orifices. Below, within the array formation, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Then, the space behind him suddenly split open, and a strange force slashed at him like a sharp sword, as fast as lightning. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian. The person who appeared was Zhang Wenxiu. Seeing this, Yi Xian was horrified, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Wenxiu, my body can block it. Quickly dodge, don't do anything stupid for me." Everyone knew that Yi Xian might be able to block it, but even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Zhang Wenxiu tightly gripped the spear in his hand, not retreating even half a step, unafraid of death. Chapter 1228. The Celestial Dao Bell. This was the Celestial Pavilion's supreme treasure, and it was one of the top treasures in the entire Dao world. In the ancient Dao world, there was a saying, "When the bell rings, people die." At this moment, a self-release realm expert activated the Celestial Dao Bell. Just how terrifying was its power? This was not something that Zhang Wenxiu could block. Yi Xian was very clear about this, so he did not even think about withdrawing his sword. The moment he did so, the Buddhist light in the sky broke through his sword light and swept down. Withdrawing the sword. Withdrawing the sword was withdrawing its aura. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura was directly suppressed by the old monk and the golden Buddha statue. However, Yi Xian did not care about this. Yi Xian directly turned around and pulled Zhang Wenxiu behind him. At this moment, a mysterious power directly slashed his body. Boom! Yi Xian and Zhang Wenxiu both retreated nearly 10,000 feet. After the two of them stopped, blood flowed out of the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Behind him, Zhang Wenxiu's face was pale without a trace of blood. Although Yi Xian had blocked most of the power, a small part of it still penetrated into her body. Even a small portion of the power was difficult for her to block. In the starry sky, Missouri Dao frowned. How is this possible? There was a trace of disbelief in his voice. This was the Celestial Dao Bell. Its power was enough to instantly kill a self-release realm expert. And yet Yi Xian had blocked it. Soon he discovered something. Yi Xian had an armor. Human Emperor armor. Below, Yi Xian took a deep breath. This time, without the Human Emperor armor, he would have died without a doubt. He found that his body could not block that bird bell. Even though the Human Emperor armor blocked most of the power, his body still suffered a certain degree of damage. At this time, the golden light had arrived above his and Zhang Wenxiu's heads. Yi Xian turned to look at Zhang Wenxiu. "I don't want anyone else to die for me." Zhang Wenxiu stared at Yi Xian. "We agreed to live and die together." Yi Xian roared, "I'll die first. Before I die, you can't die. Do you understand?" Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian and said nothing. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. "Gather." As soon as he finished speaking, the matrix trembled violently. Boundless power instantly gathered around him, and in the next moment, he slashed with his sword. The sword slashed at the golden light. Boom! The golden light instantly shattered. But at this moment, the old monk appeared in front of him out of nowhere. The old monk threw a punch. With this punch, the space in front of Yi Xian caved in. At the same time, the matrix around him became illusory. Below, Old Man Li stared at this scene and muttered, "Still not enough, still not enough." In the starry sky, Yi Xian did not dodge the punch, nor could he stomp. Seeing the three rushing over, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Wenxiu retreat. Zhang Wenxiu glanced at Yi Xian, did not speak and retreated. On the other side, a woman watched the scene in front of her quietly. It was Qian Mo. However, she had no intention of making a move. Below, Yi Xian lifted his head and looked at the old monk, and the other two who were charging at him. He said with a smile, "They really think highly of me." With that he opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword disappeared. Then, an illusory Xiaota appeared between his brows. Prism Pagoda. The moment the Prism Pagoda appeared, the old monk's expression changed, and he instinctively slowed down. At this time, a voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Return." In an instant, all the Tao laws returned, and then the Prism Pagoda above Yi Xian's head lit up. 9 different colors of light. Seeing this, the old monk's expression changed. "Retreat." Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Imprison." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 blood-red words, "prisoner," suddenly appeared above the heads of the 2 red-clothed monks who had rushed up to Yi Xian. As soon as the 2 words appeared, 2 mysterious forces locked the 2 red-clothed monks. Their expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to resist. However, they noticed to their astonishment that the 2 forces had sealed their cultivations. 2. They exchanged glances, clenched their right hands into fists, and then smashed forward. Their bodies were forcefully broken. However, the 2 blood-red imprisoned characters still locked onto them. At this moment both of them were horrified. What sort of force could actually seal their cultivations? After all, both of them were at the high self-release realm. At this moment, the old monk in the distance suddenly attacked. In the starry sky behind him, a huge golden Buddha suddenly punched out. With a punch, a 10,000-meter-long fist mark swooped down from the starry sky. The powerful fist force shook the starry sky, and at this moment Yi Xian, who was below, suddenly raised his head, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. Within the Prism Pagoda, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted from the first level. This beam of light directly shot up into the sky, and the moment the fist came into contact with this beam of light, it vanished into thin air. Immediately after, the beam of light directly blasted the golden Buddha statue in the starry sky. Bang! The golden Buddha statue disappeared without a trace. It was directly obliterated. The old monk's eyes were filled with disbelief when he witnessed this scene. What sort of force is that? Li Mian and Mo Dao had disbelief on their faces as well. They'd sensed the aura of death from that ray of light just now. What's that Xiaota? Both of them stared fixedly at the Xiaota above Yi Xian. At this moment, the old monk suddenly looked in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, the bodies of the 2 red-robed monks were growing more and more illusory. Both of them were imprisoned within them and couldn't move at all. The 2 red-robed monks exchanged glances, and then they sat down cross-legged on the ground, pressed their palms together, and began to silently chant scriptures. They didn't resist, because it was useless. The 2 prisoner characters above their heads contained a great Tao that far surpassed the 2 of them. The 2 of them could not break through it at all, especially when their cultivations were sealed. They were waiting for death. Both of them were very calm in the face of death. Yi Xian gazed at the 2 monks in front of him. At this moment, his expression was unsightly, because he consumed too much energy. After the Tao laws of the Prism Pagoda were activated, its might was tremendous, but it consumed a great deal of energy as well. At this moment, he felt something within his body rapidly flowing away. Lifespan. Meanwhile, Big Sister's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Your lifespan is rapidly decreasing, so it's best that you stop. Otherwise you'll die in an hour at most. An hour? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. There was a powerful godly item that had gathered all the Tao laws with great difficulty. But he had to pay the price with his lifespan. Wasn't it too tragic for him? Without much thought, Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the 2 red-robed monks were directly sent into the Prism Pagoda by Yi Xian. Although the 2 monks were extremely powerful, He was still at ease with Big Sister suppressing them together. And he hurriedly put away the prism pagoda. This really consumed too much energy. Not only did it consume his lifespan, but it also consumed his mental strength and soul power. As for his xianqi, there was no need to even mention it. In that short period of time, it had almost drained all of his xianqi. Yi Xian looked at the old monk in the distance. Come, continue. Right now he wanted to rest. However, he couldn't show weakness. Once he showed weakness, the other party would definitely not let it go. The old monk looked at Yi Xian for a moment, then opened his palm. Come. As his voice fell, in the distant ancient temple, a black light suddenly shot into the sky. The next moment, that black light directly passed through the barrier of the universe and flew towards the starry sky of the fifth dimension below. Big Sister's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. A godly item has descended into the fifth dimension. P.S. Thank you to those who voted recently. Thank you everyone for your support. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.